key, and that just gets like irritating because I have to do it every single time. Did you hear correctly? Jasmine Crockett is running again. I don't know. Do you mean for 2028, Johnny? Because, like, to be honest, I'm not even focused on 2028. I'm not. Hey, YouTube, I am back. So, welcome back for you guys that choose to join over there. Facebook, I am with you for the first time today. And so, I'm hoping to have some productive conversations. I'm normally not live on YouTube and Facebook on the weekends. So hopefully you guys will be there and be willing to participate. This is the link to join directly. I've thrown it over there in the chat on YouTube. Hello, Ageless. Hey, girls. Dominic, somebody's outside. Can y'all hear that? Can you close those windows, bud? Whatever that is outside is loud. Not louder than your sister's, but loud. Not louder than your sister's, but loud. Okay. All right. So, So listen, folks, one of the things so I was live earlier today on somebody else's panel. Appreciate you, tech lady. And there was a lot of different conversations that were going on. And a lot of times what I feel like is happening on the internet is conversations, hey, Amy, that aren't necessarily beneficial. And they're not helping us get to where we need to be as we approach the midterms. And here's what I see all the time. I see hundreds of people in those lives. What's up, Wilma? Good to see you. I see hundreds of people in those lives. And I see people like, I don't know, debating, screaming, yelling, sometimes cussing each other out. And there's lots of engagement. I just don't see there's a lot of productivity in terms of getting us to where we need to be before these elections come. Right? What's up, Big Daddy D? And so I just really am staying in this lane of if it's not productive to the conversation, if it's not productive to where we want to go, then I'm just not going to sit here and argue about it. Does that mean that we won't discuss certain topics? Of course not. Right? Because we will, because they're relevant. I also am not going to spend all of my time talking about things that aren't going to get us where we need to be. And so I think one of the things that, can we bring attention to what, Johnny Cooper? What do you mean? Can we bring attention to what? What's up, Rebel? Yeah, there is a lot of drama in the TikTok streets. Good afternoon, Mel Gray. Other lives. So I do go into other lives sometimes, and I specifically, when I go into other lives, a lot of times I will hang out for a minute before I decide if I want to join or not. And typically, if I do join, it's because I want to address some sort of misinformation that's being given by someone, and that sort of thing. And other than that, it's just not something that I want to do. And I think that's the right. And so my thing is like, I don't know. My thing is like when somebody said, we can put what out there. Can you come up, Johnny, so that you can help me? Because it's easier if I can just talk to you. Because if not, I'm just kind of waiting for you to say something in the chat and then responding back. And it's not a flowing conversation. When you're saying, can we put it out there? What are you asking about putting out there? I sent you an invitation to join the panel. If you could do that, that would be very helpful.
No. He just needs to go.
Okay. Okay. Can we put what out there, Johnny?
You just mentioned that you go to other lives and they're not talking about anything concerning, the midterm coming up. I was just saying that maybe we could, mention to, some of the hosts that we need to discuss these issues,
Yeah. So what I'm saying is these are spaces where they absolutely know that the midterms are coming up, and they do talk about like Republicans and Democrats. It's just that oftentimes the subject matter or the way that they go about having the conversations, they're not actually talking about the issues, right? In terms of how do you take that conversation and turning into information that people vote on. And so one of the things that I don't do is I'm not going into anybody else's live and tell them how to run their space, because it's not my place to do that, right?
I go to a few lives that I can mention it to them, and they'll pay attention to it anyway.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, I think that so some of the spaces that I'm talking about, so like one of the things that TikTok likes, and I'm just going to be really direct. TikTok likes to get people to argue about race, and TikTok likes to get people to argue about LGBTQIA issues. Those rooms, especially if people are going to be nasty to each other, tend to get promoted very, very heavily, right? And yeah, you've noticed, yeah. And so my thing is, the only way that I'm going to have a conversation about racial issues is if I'm going to specifically tie that into policies and initiatives that are happening and how it actually impacts people, and how voting or not voting can impact that, right? Like that's the time that I want to engage in it, or from a historically educational perspective, so that people, because the historical context is important to understand where we are today. I just don't tell people how to go about and do their lives, and because that's their space, and I'm not here to tell other creators how to do what they do. I'm just responsible for what I do in this space, if that makes sense. Hella, Raja. And so I just tend to stay in this area, and it is a lot of rage bait and crashing out. Other things that I see people doing, like today, it was suggested to me today, just this morning, that I should tell people, hey, Michelle, that I should tell people, oh, if you want to come up and debate, it's a galaxy to do that. I've never been that person. I've never been that person to say 1,000 coins is going to get you on this panel to be able to discuss things with me. Because what if what you have to say isn't worth listening to? And what if I'm just not that person. I understand the idea and the thought process behind monetizing the app when you're on it. I also don't believe that, yeah, you did, Michelle. I also don't believe in all money ain't good money. You know how they say that?
Right, I understand.
Yeah. And so I want us to stay focused on the things that actually matter. And for whatever reason, we're not there. So
I do understand.
yeah, but I appreciate you jumping up here, Johnny.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so folks, so here's the conversation for today. So there are 93. There are midterms. There are 93 days until the midterms in the U.S. And if you follow me, so how many of you all don't follow me on Facebook? If you don't follow me on Facebook, throw a 1 in the chat for me, please. Pretty, please. Okay. And don't worry about it. You don't gotta run over there and follow me or nothing. I'm just asking. So yesterday, I think it was last night, on Facebook, I put up this status, right? And it just says, you can't distract us with diaries or wars, or even more quote unquote ceasefire deals that only result in less media coverage of deaths. Midterms are coming. Gas prices are through the roof. Groceries are almost unaffordable. Affordable housing is limited and barely within reach for many. Diseases that were once eradicated are on the rise throughout the country. Food is contaminated. Chevron and ExxonMobil are posting record profits. Media companies are doing billions in mergers and monopolies. The working poor, LGBTQ, and immigrants don't have the power to control, worsen, or improve these things. So we refuse to blame each other while corporations and the super rich toast each other and buy more yachts. We're voting you out, all of you that we can. And those who get to stay this round, get ready for 2028, because you're on the ballot block next. And I mean that. And I think that is the conversation that we need to be having more often to get that done. Did you say we're in hell? Well, I don't know that we're in hell, but I can tell you that they're oh, okay. I see you on the Book of Faces, Veronica. What's up, Pin 1010? Good to see you. And so this is my thing, right? I think that these are the issues that we have to be talking about with each other. It is absolutely crazy work to be arguing with people about, and you know what's wild is, so somebody commented on that and was like, Trump's gonna do martial law in 2028. Number one, are you fucking Mrs. Cleo? Because I haven't heard that being said. Number two, we are in 2026. Can we stay focused on what we're dealing with right now? And number three, why are you speaking what you don't want to happen? If there was one thing that I could like twinkle my damn nose right now and get people to stop doing, it is speaking the things that you do not want to happen as if they are going to happen. If I can y'all imagine, like, just if we just stopped speaking the things that we don't happen, that we don't want, maybe a bunch of that shit wouldn't actually manifest. Can you imagine if people just stopped talking about the negative things that they don't want to happen as if they are fact and as if they are definitely going to be? We might end up not creating those very things. It's just crazy, you know? But people don't want to be responsible for the words that fly out of your mouth. And the thing is that you are responsible, whether in this life or any other or whatever. You are responsible. Hey, be nice, Bella. Bella, whatever's happening right now, y'all need to fix it. I'm not kidding. Okay. And listen, and if you disagree with me and if you've got something that you would like to say to me, then by all means request up. By all means, join this panel and we can have a conversation about it. This is not difficult. No, actually, I was discussing the 2026 midterms, not the 2024 midterms. 2024 was a general election, not a midterm election. AI, you got it wrong. Oh, love that. Thanks, AZ. So, so it's really important for us. I'm just saying, like, get the 100%, Michelle. Exactly. Appreciate you, Tara. So listen, I have a couple of things up here. They aren't the only things that we can talk about, right? But midterms are coming. So let's talk policy. Let's talk immigration, healthcare, education, affordability, war, and foreign policy. We can talk about voting third party or not voting at all, right? Because why? I believe that voting third party or not voting at all is an act of privilege, ignorance, and or selfishness, or any combination of the above. Simone, did you mean to request up? Simone, did you mean to request up? Nope. Okay. So, I really want us to focus on 2026. I do not want to have conversations about 2028 because let me tell y'all something. If we do not get 2026 correct, things might not look the way you want them to look or need them to look in 2028. That's why when people say to me, okay, so who do you think the Democrats are going to run for 2028? I don't give a shit. Can we talk about 2026? Well, so Glowworm, you might get tired of hearing it, but is that not true? Because that's exactly what happened in 2024. You might get tired of hearing it, and is it accurate? So for those of you guys who are not over here on TikTok, so Glowworm said they get tired of hearing if you don't vote for the electable Dem, then the Republican is going to win. And my point is you might get tired of hearing that. However, Is it accurate? When you say NAFTA, when you say they're not trying to serve us, whom are you speaking about? I think that DSA is a third party. I think that DSA, though, is doing what the Tea Party did, which is the DSA is beginning to take over the Democratic Party. Yeah, so I think that that's a generalization, which is just not accurate, NAFTA, right? When you say blue and red, number one, blue and red doesn't define the entirety of Congress and elected representatives. It just doesn't. And when you say, quote unquote, they're not trying to serve us, that's actually not factually accurate. B Action, did you mean to request up? Like, listen, folks, if people are speaking in these wild generalities and these absolutes, it is a story that is not rooted in fact. And fact is important. Generalities don't benefit us. And if you're going to say one, then share with me what that is backed up by. Okay? So really quickly, if you're new to my space, before I get to be action on the panel, if you're new to my space, put a 1 in the chat for me. So I can just let you know the space that you're in and kind of how we do things here, because you might be new to me. You might be like, I don't know who this Danny chick is, and that's perfectly fine, because there are millions of people who don't. Right. Well, that's what you're supposed to do in the primary, right? My question to you, Glowworm, is what are you going to do if Abdul doesn't win the primary and Haley Stevens does? What are you going to do come the general election? Like, that's the question. So all of you guys are not, everybody here is here. I got you, Plucky. Okay, so listen, I ask for 4 things in this space, folks. I ask that you be respectful, that you don't use slurs of any kind, don't spam my comments. In other words, don't say the same thing 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And then last but not least, don't type in all caps. And the reason why is because I have folks in my community that are vision impaired, and all caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. That's it. If you can do those 4 things, we're going to get along just fine. Okay? So yeah. What's up, B Action?
Oh, hi, Danny. I'm so happy to actually talk to you. I'm getting ready to mass distribute some stuff from your Google Drive. And from Thursday meeting, that inspired me to, I think that's what I should use as a kind of door opener to initiate conversation, and then follow up with, did you know?
Okay.
And I've mass produced stuff before with my union. I'm very comfortable doing it. I find generally people are very receptive and even grateful to get information. So I'm comfortable doing it, and I just want to, get the best bang for my buck and be as, I want to be productive. And I'm in Indiana, so you know what that means.
I do.
It's not warm and fuzzy, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay.
Yep.
But I wanted to bounce that off of you before I did it, because I'm getting ready to print this stuff up, hopefully today. And I'm doing it with my mom. She's a Danican too.
Love that.
And yeah, she's 83. She's a little older than yours. But, we're union people. And, this is kind of our, that's what we do.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
So what do you think?
No, I think that's great. So when you say mass produce it, what are you going to do with it? How are you distributing it?
Well, I'll go anywhere. I'll do some at work at shift changes, because we have 3 plants here where I'm at.
Yeah.
So I can go do shift changes. I've even talked to my mom about, we'll go to Kroger's,
Yeah.
We have 2 Kroger's here.
Love that.
We have a number of places. So, I want to reach as many people as I can. And I believe that the information that you've put together is done all the work. I just have to get it out. That's it.
Yeah. I'm there. No, yeah. No, I think that's amazing. I think that that's the thing is just you got to start somewhere. And then get out and about, talk to people, and then go from there. And it'll go where it's supposed to go. But yeah, no, I think that's amazing. Mass
That's
produce
what
and
I
head out.
think too. And Thursday just inspired me. I thought, I could start with a petition. That is a great icebreaker.
It is. Yes. So for those of you guys who don't know what Be Action is talking about, is inside the Google Drive for Project for the People. So we meet every other Thursday for a Project for the People. And so on Thursday's meeting, one of the things that we talked about was in the Google Drive, there's a particular folder called Potential Legislation. And it has examples of 2 pieces of legislation that were passed and signed into law, one in Hawaii and the other in New Mexico, where like the first one in Hawaii, it is a law that reduces the impact of Citizens United in elections in terms of corporations being able to spend endless amounts of money in elections. And so that legislation is there. And there's also a sample petition for you to just download and get 100 signatures on, right? And you're asking for your state legislature to get something similar passed in your state. And so that's what Be Action is referring to. And then the other piece of potential legislation from New Mexico is one that makes it illegal, even under the color of law, to deploy armed troops to polling locations and voting places and things like that. And so what she's talking about doing is taking those petitions as icebreakers, because everyone that I know, no matter what side of the aisle they are on, they want corporate money out of politics, right? So that petition is a great icebreaker, and say, hey, I'm taking a petition. I'm getting signatures. And this way, this is not about being Democrat or Republican. It's saying, hey, would you like super PAC money and corporate money out of our elections? The answer is yes. Great. Here's a petition to get our state to pass the same bill that Hawaii already did. And that's an icebreaker. And then you can leave them with additional information after that. So I think using the potential legislation and the petitions as an icebreaker is a great idea. Fantastic.
The other thing is the other potential, I don't know if it is considered potential legislation about our polling places.
Yeah.
I want to really utilize my union for that. It just feels like the right place. Although I think I want to use both, with everybody, but really focus on the polling places. I mean, I don't want us to be intimidated. And I would hope that my union would speak to that a lot.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of elections too. So, I'm kind of been vacillating a lot when to actually get started. But Thursday inspired me that now is the time.
Love that. Yeah, because we are literally about there. For folks who don't know, we are sitting at 93 days until the midterms. So yeah, now is the time to get people engaged in conversation, to get people talking about policy, to make people aware of what's happening. And so that's important. So yeah, so Susie, here's the thing. So not every state, so let me just say this. I don't know if you all know this or not, but not every state can citizens get things put on the ballot. So this isn't about getting things necessarily just on the ballot. This is about getting your representatives to understand and to know that there are people in, that there are people that desire to have this piece of legislation passed. So there's like 24 states in the country that do not have the ability for you to have a measure put on the ballot by citizens, right? What's up, Theory? Hey, Nance. And so this is about saying, hey, listen, this legislation is already passed. This is what it does in this particular state. And we want and we deserve to have that same thing passed and done here in our state. So, but no, I think it's a great idea. Be action. Love that. Love that.
Okay, thank you, Danny. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah.
And I'm getting ready to do a union meeting, a Zoom meeting at 3:00. I just kind of wanted to get your feedback before I actually started printing stuff off.
Yeah, no, I love that. I think it's a
I
great idea. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you so much. And I have a partner in Indianapolis too. So, you know, we're about 50 miles apart, so I can coordinate with her.
Mhm.
And so I'm excited, Dan.
Good.
I am so excited. And I know we're going to come out on the other side of this better than we've ever been. And I'm so hopeful. And you're such a big part of that. And you just have no idea how much hope you've given me. The most hope I've maybe ever had in my whole life.
Aw,
So
I appreciate that. I love you much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, Be Action.
And if you can soft drop me, that'd be cool.
I got you. No worries.
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right. So, folks, if you are new to me, I only ask for 4 things in this space. Number 1, be respectful. Number 2, don't use slurs. Number 3, don't spam the damn comments. And number 4, don't type in all caps. I have folks in this room and in this space that are vision impaired. All caps are reserved for those individuals and my mods. So just be respectful of people with disabilities. You got it? Other than that, we can get along just fine and talk about the things. What's up? And listen, when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. Thank you. What's up, Theory? Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Danny. Long time no talk. I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. What would you like to share?
So I just wanted to talk about the 2 things that I've been kind of following right now that besides all the other chaos, there's 2 things happening. And if anyone wants to partake in helping us to reserve books, a lot of the AI companies right now are purchasing books and they're consuming those books and feeding it into the AI databases. And the reason I believe that they're doing that is and after they're done consuming it, they're destroying the books. And these are books that you cannot repurchase. They are like the older versions of those books. And I think the reason for this is because if you think about what's going on with AI is not making, hold on, baby. AI is not making money like they claim that it is. And so what if they held all the knowledge of the books that you can't get back anymore? And now people have to pay a subscription if they ever want to do some of the banned books or whatever the case may be, right? So just paying attention to that. And lastly, in Atlanta, Georgia, they just created their first, it's like a big, huge crime center where they have all these giant TVs that are connecting all of the, and I don't know what we can say and I want to protect your life, but all of the bird cameras.
Oh, flock cameras, yeah.
Okay, well, some hosts don't like that term on their page, so thanks.
Yeah, it is the term.
I still wanted to be mindful. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so they're connecting like all the flock cameras and the rings that are all connected, and they're putting it in this huge center, and they're calling it a crime center, so they can monitor the streets. And their verbiage is now DeKalb County is the safest county in Georgia. It's the most surveilled county right now because of that, but Atlanta per capita has more cameras than any other city. And that is actually quite frightening because if anybody's ever been to Atlanta, you know that they don't mostly look like me. So with that being said, I just wanted to kind of bring that up to the attention of your people that are watching and tell everyone to continue to be vigilant and pay attention to the things that are changing. And instead of feeling helpless and hopeless, just parlay with some friends and say, how should we counter this? What can we do to protect this? Or what can we do to make sure that this isn't as bad and nefarious as they want it to be?
100%. So we talked a little bit about flock cameras, and we talked about, so it's funny because Brian Tyler Cohen and a bunch of folks were reporting it as if it just happened when they were talking about the use of flock cameras using they have a nationwide lookup tool. and they scanned 83,000 cameras as part of a 6,300 flock network to track a woman from why am I going blank right
I
now?
think it was
Texas to
Yeah.
Illinois. Exactly. And so we talked about it last week. But what a lot of people didn't realize is that Congress knew about that a year ago. And Congress, the Committee for Oversight and Government Reform, actually sent the CEO of Flock, who, by the way, their office is in Atlanta off of Howell Mill Road. Did you know that theory? Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely did. I'm
Yeah.
very familiar with that area, and they're familiar with me.
Yep. But they sent him this letter August 6th of 2025, specifically referencing this case, this activity, along with some other things about immigration searches, and ask Flock to give an update to that committee. And it's been a year ago. And what's crazy to me is, why in the hell was the Democratic Party not screaming about this a year ago? Right? Because they knew a year ago, Congress knew a year ago, and it was really important. And in my opinion, it could have made a difference because most people don't like being mass surveilled. Also, New Orleans has a live crime center like what you're describing that they've put together in DeKalb County in Atlanta, and if you've ever watched, so I'm a true crime girl. If you've ever watched any of the first 48, but there's also like a special New Orleans homicide or whatever that's on Netflix or Prime or one of them. You can literally watch those episodes and you'll see the guys, and they'll go in and they'll track the cameras and they'll track a car from this to this to this to this to this. And I think that this is the thing. So that's showing the potential positives, right? When you're tracking one particular vehicle that's been seen at a place where a crime occurred, that is definitely like of a benefit versus the way that it's being used to collect massive amounts of data and collect information on people, right? So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I also think that people don't understand the depth of this and why it really matters. And right now there's an article, I can't remember who, I'm trying to think of who wrote the article. I always like to come with my facts so people can look it up. I'll get it after I tell you. That way I don't leave you hanging. I hate that when people do that. Where can I find it? They are having influencers. There's a couple of influencers that were approached by an alternative company to spread like hate for the Flock cameras. And so that would make you think that, oh, they're on our side because they're anti-Flock. No, they're trying to push you towards a whole nother one that bought a company, and they're all in the same family. And I'll tell you how it was misused here in Georgia, because you talked about the guy traveling from Texas to, or not the guy, the girl.
The woman. Mm-hmm.
Here in Georgia, there is a city center not a city center, a youth center that is a Jewish youth center. And the Flock cameras were accessed over 4,000 times within a 6-month period. And they were hosting Zoom meetings from the gymnastics room and from the swimming area where these children were at. And if you think about the people that have put all the money and invested into this, they're all connected to a lot of the e-file scenarios. So what are they really tracking? Are they tracking criminals? Because I'll tell you what, my Cadillac was stolen out of plain sight at Piedmont Hospital the other day. And it's been 2 weeks and they haven't seen hide nor hair. So you've got all these Flock cameras in the area. Come on now. Can we be so for real right now? And we all know that they're here. You've talked about it, and your home state, your home office is here. So come on now.
Yeah.
Anyways,
100%.
yes, and those aren't the only incidents, but yes, and then they got to know also that Flock cameras aren't just the ones that are posted in your streetlights, which, by the way, some are hidden in the streetlights. Some of them are on the backs of the machines that tell you how fast you're going, and they blink for you to slow down. They're on the backs of those. But the ones that we should be really concerned about are the ones that fly above us and look like regular civilian drones, and they can follow you for miles. So yeah, I just wanted to share those things. And thank you for being a source of information, for being a source of strength. When people look for somebody who has the answers, they're looking for you, Mama. And you hold up this community so well. And we're so grateful for your bravery. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I appreciate it. I will take it right back at you. Yeah, we've got all, and one of the things that you said that I want to say to people is, hey, to Collins, is that yes, it is important to think about how can we make the things that are happening not as nefarious as what they would hope for. And this is the thing that I want to really hone in, and I want people to think about it is I am tired of this, oh well, there's nothing you can do mindset. That's not helpful. It doesn't and it's not only is it not helpful, it's not fucking accurate. It's not accurate. They want you to believe that there's nothing you can do so that you will do nothing. And then they get to carry on, right?
Exactly.
I'm going to repeat that. They want you to believe that there is nothing you can do so that you will do nothing. But don't do nothing. This is the time to do absolutely everything that you can possibly do. So appreciate you very much, Theory. Always love it when you drop in.
Thanks, love.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you. All right. So folks, as a reminder really quickly before I move on to my guests, when you are on the panel, get on mute until I get to you. If you're not on the panel, remember, be respectful, no slurs, don't spam my comments, don't type in all caps. We got a lot to talk about. We are 93 days until the midterms arrive. Things that I don't want to forget, and I'm saying them out loud so that my mods and you guys can hold me accountable. I need to make sure that I talk about the state of Tennessee and TennCare. I need to make sure that I talk about, oh my gosh, give me 1 second. I need to talk about 2 specific things regarding ICE and immigration, folks. I need to talk about Capital One and the Trump organization. Also, Gaza, because there was a huge thing that happened there as well, right? So, okay. So those are the things that I all wanted to make sure that I get to today. So other than that, all right. Good afternoon, Popcorn. How are you?
I'm living the dream. How are you?
I am fantastic. What would you like to share?
Just thinking about daily rounds. I wanted to talk about one of 2 things: either the Dr. Fauci origins of C19 and how the gain of function research is being done, or the Iran conflict and how Iran never followed the JCPOA, thus putting us in this position here.
Okay.
We're today with Iran. So
okay. So one of the things that I'm not going to talk about is C19 and origins are
healthcare out there. So
right. Exactly. However, so this is the thing. So if I want to talk about healthcare, right, and somehow C19 is going to be part of that conversation, then the conversation is going to stem around the parts of the federal government that no longer exist, that are allowing things like measles and things like that to spread around the country. Like that would be one way. But in terms of like trying to discuss what may or may not be in Fauci's diaries or anybody else's information about the origins of C19, that's not actually healthcare and how it might affect the rest of, like, it might affect all of us right now, right? So the origin story is just not something that is part of healthcare policy.
Oh, okay, because I was just really focused on one claim, and that's they're toying around.
But hold on, wait, because you're doing it anyway, and I don't want to do that.
So you don't want to talk about 4 billion people?
So did you hear what I said, Popcorn? Either respect what I just said or get off my panel.
4 billion.
Do you want to talk about Iran or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, great.
Yeah, let's ignore 4 billion people.
I just told you. Bye. With your disrespectful ass, come back when you can do what I said. This is what's wrong with you men. You don't understand fucking consent. No means no. What's wrong with you? No means no. Someone should have taught you that by now. Yes, Popcorn is still a chaos agent. Yes. But I literally, so here's the thing about me. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I really do. and I'm happy to engage in a conversation with you. All you have to do is respect the guidelines of my space and my rules. You can go to other people's panels and talk about all that shit. You know you can't do it in my space. So when I tell you no, no means no. What's wrong with you? Fuck.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Another blue just killed the willow.
Yeah, you know what, Kathy B? So one of the reasons why I don't just outright go and block people is because there are people like Popcorn who will come in here and never grace my panel. Like when he said I'm making my rounds, he doesn't make his rounds. Popcorn doesn't come to my space that often, does he? No, he does not. Right? So he's not making his rounds when he comes in my space. And there are some folks, and I've seen them in here, that I see them enter the room, even give their little daily heart meet, never say anything at all, but maybe they'll learn something, and I'm okay with that. So, anyway, Cheryl, good afternoon, my friend. How are you? Girls, not so loud, please.
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, you know, fantastic.
My printer's not too loud in the background, is it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, good. Working on art stuff as usual. I wanted to just mention really quick what Theory was talking about with the AI issue with the books.
Mm-hmm.
I have a post for those that follow me on Facebook. I have a post about it on Facebook. In that post, in the comments, there's a link to a petition on it. I had also posted about the issue in the subdiscourse on Discord. I just put that link to the petition in there as well. So I just want to mention for anybody who's interested in signing that petition, somebody's already got something going, working on that. So
Love that.
I just wanted to share it. If
Yes.
there's anywhere else you want me to share it, let me know, but the link is in there.
Love it. Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate you as always.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so first, I want to start with something that's super duper important.
There's a blend right there.
So how many of you all know about a 29-year-old man who was in ICE custody and died July the 24th at 6 a.m. from leukemia while in ICE custody? How many of you all are familiar with this information? His name is Prisciliano Trejo Ricano. He was being detained in Georgia by ICE. He had been there for 3 weeks. And according to his family and attorneys, had not received any medical attention after presenting serious symptoms, including coughing up blood. He had an aggressive leukemia that quickly took his life. He was arrested on June 19th in Durham, North Carolina, and then for whatever reason was transferred to the Stewart Detention Center in Lumpkin, Georgia. So far in 2026, that is 50, as in 50 immigrant deaths in ICE custody. And those are the ones that have been made public. So I'm going to repeat this again. Okay. 50 people have now died in ICE custody in 2026. Let me just see. Wait, no, they've got a typo. It's since the beginning of the second Trump term. So not 1 year, but in the last 18 months. Okay. And it's really important that we have a conversation about that. And so while I talk about this 29-year-old with an aggressive form of leukemia who died in ICE custody, not given access to his doctors and so forth and so on, that leads me to where I have to also talk about the woman who was arrested by ICE in Tennessee while taking her infant, who she is still breastfeeding, and her toddler that has Down syndrome to the doctor. She is now being kept 700 miles away from her children. So let me give you the information. So immigration authorities arrested a woman in Nashville without a warrant while she was taking her breastfeeding infant and 2-year-old with Down syndrome to the doctor on May the 2nd. And this is according to the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition. The children missed their quote unquote critical medical appointments and are now in the care of a neighbor, while their mother remains in a detention center in Louisiana, 700 miles away from them. The 2-year-old has Down syndrome and requires quote unquote intensive ongoing medical treatment and therapy for multiple health complications. And like I said, the infant is still breastfeeding. So the let me see if I can give you hold on one sec. The Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, the TIRRC, that organization is who put out this information. They are withholding her name to protect her safety. ICE is supposed to limit when officers can detain pregnant women or new mothers, right? According to the news release, she arrived in the United States of America in 2022, seeking asylum after fleeing domestic violence in Guatemala. She has no criminal record and, quote, has complied with every requirement in the immigration process since entering the United States, end quote. The woman is represented by lawyers at TIRRC and the Sanctuary of the South, which is a private legal organization that represents people fighting deportation proceedings or in ICE custody. The release said that the two legal groups partnered with the ACLU of Louisiana, the Robert and Ethel Kennedy Human Rights Center, and Amnesty International to file a complaint with the Department of Homeland Security. An employee at one of the organizations said this case is far from the only example of mothers being treated harshly. So I just want to give that, I'm going to repeat it so that everybody can hear what I just said. We are talking about a woman who is still breastfeeding an infant, who has a 2-year-old with Down syndrome and significant health issues, on her way to taking these children to doctor's appointments. And on May 2nd, she is taken into custody by ICE without a warrant. She is then transferred from Tennessee to Louisiana, 700 miles away from her children, even though she's here seeking asylum and has been going through the legal asylum seeking process. So if you are somebody that's in here that always has something to say about exactly their own directive 11032.4 was violated to affect her arrest and her detainment. They don't even follow their own rules. Exactly. And this is the point. So Jeff, when I think about this, I go back to the ICE whistleblower that was the training, the ICE trainer. Do you know who I'm talking about, who testified before Congress? How many of you all know what I'm talking about and you actually listened to the testimony of a former official? He was a lawyer. He worked for ICE for years, for like 5 or 6 years. And then he testified before Congress because he quit. How many of you all don't know what I'm talking about? And you're like, who? If you don't know who I'm talking about, please put a 1 in the chat. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. It was a 2-hour. It was 2-hour testimony. His name is Ryan Schwank, Schwank, and let me see if I can pull out just like one clip because he wasn't the only person. So do you all remember? Yeah, Schwank. So if you don't remember, at the same time when he testified before Congress, the other woman who has a traumatic brain injury and she was yanked from her car. Do y'all remember who I'm talking about? she also testified during that particular congressional hearing. And then there was also another Black woman who testified at the same time. So it was all three of them. Let me see if I can share this really quickly. I believe this is his opening remarks, and I'm going to share it with you. She said more homework. Yes, I am glad though that you find something to actually listen and go learn about. Okay, so here we go, folks. I'm going to turn this up so that you guys can hear him. It is a 6-minute clip. I am sharing this with Fair Use Act, right? Because it's important information for the public. Here we go.
Members of the committee, my name is Ryan Schwank. I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when I joined ICE on August 1st, 2021, as an assistant chief counsel. I followed that oath for 4.5 years, working side by side with ICE officers. And I followed it when I resigned on February 13th, 2026, a little over a week ago, so that I could speak to you today. I am here because I am duty-bound to report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective, and broken. 5 months ago, I was asked to teach the law to new cadets at the ICE Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, where ICE is training its new, inexperienced recruits. I volunteered, those without law enforcement training. I volunteered to take on this assignment based on my experience in law enforcement oversight, including at the state and local level prior to my work with ICE. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority. For example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force. Our jobs...
His name is Ryan Schwank. I believe that this testimony is in my link tree. I'm adding it now. And then give me a second. I will bring some more folks up to the panel when we finish the testimony. It's not long.
As instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions about what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands of new officers before the end of the year. DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut. This is a lie. ICE made the program shorter, and they removed so many essential parts that what remains is a dangerous husk. No reasonable person would believe a training program suddenly cut nearly in half could meet the minimum legal requirements. These aren't abstract rules. They're required in regulations such as 8 CFR 287G1. Congress requires immigration officers to meet minimum standards for a reason. ICE cannot lawfully perform their duties, make arrests, carry weapons, and use force without passing appropriate training. New cadets are graduating from the academy despite widespread concerns among training staff that even in the final days of training, the cadets cannot demonstrate a solid grasp of the tactics or the law required to perform their jobs. Without reform, ICE will graduate thousands of new officers who do not know their constitutional duty, do not know the limits of their authority, and who do not have the training to recognize an unlawful order. That should scare everyone. DHS assures the public these cadets can get the job training on to compensate for anything missing at the academy. This is a lie. Many graduates go to their home office just long enough to get their gun, their badge, and their body armor before deploying to places like Minneapolis and other ICE operations with minimal supervision. It's shocking that anyone would think this is safe or responsible. And this pattern of lies is not isolated. It extends beyond the training program to include deceiving Congress and the public about the rules followed by ICE officers once they graduate. On my first day at the academy, I was instructed to read and return a memo in my supervisor's presence, which claimed ICE officers could enter homes without a judicial warrant. The acting ICE director authorized the very conduct that DHS, in its own 2025 legal training materials, had called the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed. That is, physical entry of the home without consent or a proper warrant. Never in my career had I ever received such a blatantly unlawful order, nor one conveyed in such a troubling manner. Incredibly, I was being shown this memo in secret by my supervisor, who made sure that I understood that disobedience could cost me my job. ICE is teaching cadets to violate the Constitution, and they were attempting to cloak it in secrecy by demanding that I lie about it. I am here to convey to the public the danger that is being created at the ICE Academy. I know from my conversations with many facility members, many of the faculty, that I am not alone in my fear. Law enforcement is a deadly serious business. It is not a place for shortcuts. Deficient training can and will get people killed. It can and will lead to unlawful arrests, violations of constitutional rights, and a fundamental loss of public trust in law enforcement. ICE is lying to Congress and the American people about the steps it is taking to ensure its 12,000 new officers faithfully uphold the Constitution and can perform their jobs. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today and happy to answer any questions you have now or in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
So that's his opening statement. For those of you guys who have never seen it and you would like to, it is in my link tree. And this part's important. So one of the things that I was grateful for in his testimony is that he had worked for ICE for multiple years before this administration. I am grateful for the fact that, you know, he can speak to what his duties were like prior to that and what his duties were here. And the fact that he came prepared with the documentation, with the evidence to back up the things that he was saying. And he's not the only one. So if you have been with me for a while, since especially maybe just even if you've been with me only since the beginning of this current Trump term, then you were with me when we covered extensively Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case, the whistleblower testimony in that case before Congress and the subsequent lawsuit. And the other lawsuits and the points of intersectionality that happened, because there are quite a few. So if you understand that Kilmar Abrego Garcia and what happened to him, and with the other Venezuelans, also with what happened with Mayor Eric Adams' case, all of those things have different points of intersectionality. Appreciate you, Jesse. And they involve people that are very, 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 very high up in the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, and the Department of Justice. Like Erez Rabini's testimony shows undoubtedly and unequivocally that it came from the top down. These weren't rogue individuals, right? These weren't rogue personnel that were saying this was literally something that came from the top down. And what I love about what Erez Rabini did, and maybe it's because he's a lawyer, is he kept all the receipts. He covered his ass with text messages and emails, and then he had all of those when he went to speak before Congress to be able to say, listen, this is what happened, and here's the timeline, and here are the damn text messages, and here are the emails, and here's exactly what happened. And so that's really important because you can't argue about that. And this is somebody, Erez Rabini is somebody that worked in the DOJ and was promoted during the first Trump administration. He was there during the Biden administration and another Trump administration. Like, this is someone, I believe he was even there during the Obama administration, but don't quote me on that. But if I'm not mistaken, he'd been there since like 2010, 2011, something like that. Because he's like a 15-year veteran. So when you know those things, it's hard to have a debate about actual facts when you see the evidence in front of your face and there's receipts to back it up. You know what I mean? It's just wild to me. You all can watch fucking, I don't know, Maury or what are the other talk shows out there, y'all? Steve and whoever they are, and people break out those text messages and you're like, ooh, they got receipts. But we are literally talking about people from the Department of Justice with receipts, and people are discounting it and dismissing it as if it's not relevant, as if it's not important, and it absolutely is, right? So folks, listen, so I need to just double check. I got Sacred Space and Jamie that are in the request. Let me know if you meant to request up to join the panel. Jamie, I think you're probably requesting it for boosting purposes, but let me know if you actually want to come to the panel. Folks, if you are new to me, I only ask for 4 things in this space, okay? So nothing happened, not under this administration, Glowworm, and that's the thing that's important. So this is no worries, Sacred Space. This is the thing that's really important, folks, is if you want to see government accountability, if you want to see a hope in hell of there actually being government accountability, then you have no choice but to ensure that progressives, i.e. the Democratic Party, has the majority in the Senate and the House, especially in the Senate. The Senate is where a lot of the power is held in our Congress. And ensuring that progressives have the majority in that space is what puts us on the path to quite a few different things. What do you mean, do I speak to the Marxist, Leninist, communist crowd? I don't know what you mean by that, Spider. Tomorrow is August 3rd, so what are you going to do about McConnell? What do you mean, what am I going to do about McConnell? Do I look like I can twinkle my nose and make some shit happen where Mitch McConnell is concerned? I would recommend asking Andy Bashir that question. Like, the person to ask, what are you going to do about Mitch McConnell, is Andy Bashir, not Danny Cook. Danny Cook doesn't have shit to do with what Mitch McConnell can or can't do in Kentucky. What's up, Carla? Like, what do you mean? What am I going to do? What's Andy Bashir going to do? Like, y'all, I mean, I'm powerful, but holy fuck, I you know, there's only so much I can do. Like, huh? Like, of all the things, that's what you want to ask me? I mean, it is a relevant question. And it is a question that all Kentuckians should be asking. It is. Every single one. And I would ask Andy Bashir. 100%. People act like they don't know where that joker lives. Go knock on the damn door. Spider, I don't know if so Rob Dog, please don't type in all caps. Okay. So when you say, do communists and whoever come up to debate me, I don't really ask people like how they label themselves. And I don't really do debates. I will do conversations with people all day long. To me, in my mind, debates are about winning and losing and having gotcha moments. And I don't do that, right? I have conversations that are rooted in fact. And if you don't have oh, Pat, glad you just became a super fan. But like literally, like if you want to do that, I don't really care like how you classify yourself, right? If you want to have a conversation with me about voting or voting third party, because I'm going to say this with my whole ass chest and 10 toes down, thanks JT, is I believe that if you are voting third party or you are not voting at all, it comes from one of or a combination of 3 things. And that is either privilege, ignorance, or selfishness. Now, when I say ignorance, that doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation, because being ignorant just means you don't know something. And it's not the same thing as aggressive ignorance, right? Or willful ignorance. Because there are some people that are aggressively ignorant. But that's not what I mean, right? I'm talking about there are people that are not participating because they simply do not know information that would have them change their position. And so that's why we have to be part of the, hey, here's the information that maybe you don't know. Right? And then let me just say this. So if you were in the Project for the People meeting this past Thursday, we talked about the work that we have to do as individuals to ensure that we are creating a space for the people who have been willfully or even aggressively ignorant, right? And creating a space that allows them to come over to a different position. If you are someone that is constantly demeaning people that have voted for this administration, if you are constantly demeaning people who say, oh, I support Trump or I support this, listen, you are not helping and you are part of the problem. I email out a link with the recording to the meetings. So even if you miss them, you have the ability to watch them and catch up. All right, so listen, folks, I'm gonna bring some folks back up to the panel. Do me a favor, everyone, check down at the bottom of your screen on TikTok. If your little people at the bottom are pink and blue, you have not requested up. If your people are grayed out, you have requested up. If you did not do that on purpose and you don't mean to have requested up, now's your chance to go like unrequest yourself. Okay. When I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay. Perfect. What's up, Jennifer? That sucks, Jeff. Yeah, I need to make space on mine. I have too much stuff. Lida Marie, you might want to like, I don't know, try to take yourself off mute and say something so that you can load all the way in, because it doesn't show that you're connecting. There's an issue. Yes, you just timed out. Feel free to request back up if you want. Okay, so let me ask you a question, seriously speaking, regardless of your political leaning and your political ideology. Do you believe it is a problem if within the Department of Justice you have people that are blatantly ignoring the law and giving instructions for people to violate the law and such the Constitution? Is that a problem for you? Or do you believe that there's ever a time where you can make an excuse for that behavior? Because I've seen some people try to make excuses for the behavior of this administration when they are clearly, wholeheartedly, unequivocally violating the law and being bold about it. Right? And so that's an issue. And if you're somebody that thinks that that's not happening, right, then I'd like to have a conversation, because I can show you documentation that says that demonstrates effectively that it is happening. And then my question to you is, what do you do about that? So, Kaboom. Okay, so I'm going to use your statement as an example of problematic verbiage. When you say MAGAs approve of crime, that's not accurate. Not all MAGAs approve of crime. They might have aligned themselves with people that have committed crimes, but there is a space where cognitive dissonance sits that allows them to choose this side of history, right? To choose this side of political ideology and still somewhere in their heart believe that they don't agree with crime. I think that there's cognitive dissonance, and I think it depends on who's committing the crime as to whether or not they're okay with it. Right? So like, I want to see us get very specific in our language so that we can create space. Yes, they defend the crime 100%. But it depends upon who's committing the crime, right? I don't think that they defend all crime. I think it depends on who's committing the crime and what that crime is related to. You know what I mean? Okay, so I got Jamie, Sacred Space. I know that you were just tapping Sacred Space, and Sunflower Fish. Sunflower Fish, did you mean to request up? I'm not excusing, but people have been intentionally manipulated. Yeah, okay, so yes, Jeff, that's what I'm saying. This right here. This right here is what I'm saying. Will it allow it? It won't let me pin this. I don't know why it won't let me pin it. Oh, because I have my board up. It's okay. But Jeff said we need to understand the point of disconnect to bridge their understanding rather than shutting down. And that's it. Hey, Wawa. So, right, I can't pin because my board, but it's because I'm using the board. Like no one's on the panel, so usually I can pin, but I can't pin because I'm using the board. So follow me, folks. There is a disconnect that happens, and let me tell you how I know that all of us can understand disconnect. Because every single one of us have done some shit and believed in some people that we had no business believing in, and we knew better then. That's why some of y'all are still like, some of y'all went back and dated your ex again. Some of y'all are still in a relationship with that person that you know better. Some of us still have 15 pounds to lose because we aren't doing what the fuck we need to do. We understand what it is like to be manipulated and to believe in something that is not beneficial to us. And we understand cognitive dissonance, and we know what it is to make excuses for people and their behavior. Yes, baby. Yes. Right? We do. I have seen people make excuses. Right, you're not here to talk about your love life. I am just saying. Yeah. But here's the thing, right? Get a thing. But here's the thing, right? How can we can see it within ourselves, right? But we act like it is something different. And do you know what I think the difference is? I think that people are okay with cognitive dissonance when it does you harm and you only. But I think you judge other people when the cognitive dissonance is causing harm to other people, and it's a cognitive dissonance that you don't have. Right? When you're able to see, right, then you'll hold other people accountable. Some of y'all are okay. Listen, as long as my cognitive dissonance only harms myself, then it's okay. In actuality, it's not okay. Because if you're willing to do it and harm yourself, you're willing to do it and harm other people. It just depends on if it's tied into a belief system. Oh my God, that noise is horrible. Yeah, Stokes, I needed to get my grandbaby a snack. So, and now I'm going to close the bag back up. So 3 seconds of horrible noise, and now we're back to the business. Yep. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
Hey, I'm not too bad. I figured I'd brave the lag just to piggyback off what you're saying because it's very important. It's actually something that I use in my corporate life as well. There's a phrase that I talk to with people when we're talking about interpersonal communications and, you know, having to check for understanding and kind of bridge that gap and figure out and meet people where they're at. Mm-hmm. And that's to assume positive intent when you're interacting. You don't want to go into something with the predisposition and the supposition that they're doing things deliberately wrong and that they're doing things deliberately intentionally to cause pain, chaos, hurting people, etc. Because when we do that, we enter into a bad faith discussion because we've already made up our mind and passed a judgment before we've even crossed the first words and had, any kind of boundary breaking. So you're never going to get a genuine bridge or a genuine understanding with that person because you're not coming from a place of authenticity. So we as people who are trying to make, systemic changes, not Band-Aid changes, we need to have the assumption that people in general are good people. Yes, there are going to be some bad apples, of course. However, they're fewer than we would really anticipate, especially given, current events right now. This whole flood the zone strategy that this administration has us spinning around like tops. And in reality, it's just a few people pulling the strings that are really the bad apples. The masses are mostly good people that have been misled, have been persuaded that the right does a great job of finding fear buttons to push. And you'll use that leverage, they use that power to get people to do things that if they step back and looked at it rationally from all different angles, they probably wouldn't. I'll use the example that caused me to go no contact with my parents. This was back during when everyone was discussing the strikes on the boats in the Caribbean. And my father and I got into a very large argument about it. And we're both coming from a place of wanting things to be better. Like, he wanted to not have certain substances being brought into the U.S. willy-nilly and causing a lot of chaos. And that's a laudable goal, right? That's a good goal. I think we can all agree that we don't want that. The method, however, was the problem. And we can't get into a discussion about what's wrong with the methods until we can come to some kind of alignment on, yes, we both agree that stopping this is a good thing. Now, how do we go about doing that? Mm-hmm. And if we're coming into the conversation without that authenticity and without that, checking for knowledge and understanding, and we're just assuming that they know everything we know and that they're choosing to do this willfully anyway, we're never going to have a meaningful dialogue. And we, unfortunately, bear the burden of doing that because we are the ones that are trying to make the change.
Yeah. I agree. And I try to not use good people, bad people. Because when we say the majority are good people, good is subjective. And I don't know that good people, depending upon what you mean by good, right? When I think about good people, so to me, I think a good person this is where I struggle. It's a loaded term, and you see me because I want to be mindful of my word choice, right? But I'm
struggling to find one as well.
Yes. So here's my thing. I think the majority of us are just regular people. We're just not intentionally harmful. That to me is a better way to describe people rather than saying good people. I think that the majority of people would not choose to intentionally harm people, right? If presented the information, they wouldn't choose to say, yes, I want to do that, knowing that it's going to harm those people, right? I doesn't know that makes them good though, right? I think about good people in a different way, in a different context than that. But so I think that the majority of us are people that would not choose to intentionally cause harm to other people, even if we didn't like them or didn't agree with them, right? We would never want to cause harm, or almost never want to cause harm to other people. I think that is the majority. Yeah, when you say MAGA literally did, yeah, but did they intentionally? So this is the thing. This is why I need for y'all to understand the word intent. Intent is the hardest thing to prove in court because it is almost impossible to know someone else's intent, which is why we have to talk about impact. Yeah, you say you believe so, but based on what? Just your feelings. Just your feelings and the impact of bots and trolls and massive amounts of misinformation and disinformation on the internet. Hey, Sherry.
The other thing too, Danny, is if we believe that one side is deliberately choosing to do things that we disagree with, then we're never going to be able to have a dialogue that changes that, because we believe that they've already made up their mind.
Mm-hmm.
If we have to come into these conversations with the mentality that there's a possibility for change and a possibility for growth, that way we're coming at it with a positive and an optimistic outlook, instead of just like, debates, and we've all seen them, right? The debates where people have the gotcha moments and they just, they try to one up things, and those are all well and good, that they have their place, they have their purpose. And the debaters, good for them. They have a wealth of information at their fingertips, and you can learn a lot of things watching them. But what you rarely see happen on those, and I'm not saying it never does, because it does, but what you rarely see happen is at the end of those conversations, a change of heart on the other side.
Correct.
And that means there's no change of vote on the other side.
Correct.
And at that point, we haven't moved the needle.
Yep.
So we need to find a method that moves the needle, not one that keeps the status quo, because let's be honest, we don't like the status quo. That's why we're sitting here in this panel and on this live.
You got it. And that's, so, Jeff, I have been talking about this for like 2 years, and there were people that got pissed at me. They got mad at me because I made an observation in 2024, especially as we got closer to the election. And the observation that I made, especially on this app, is who the algorithm and the people behind the algorithm choose to elevate, right? So very quickly, one of the things that if people are being authentic about it on this app and in the spaces in the podcast influencer space, especially the political space, the individuals that have been elevated from a debate or political conversation space are males, and typically white males. Those are the ones. So you've got Dean, you got your Parker. They've brought Santana on with them. I don't know what happens with Santana outside of that. And you don't see a lot of the women, and you don't see the spaces where really engaging and meaningful conversation takes place, where people have an opportunity and actually do change their position in real time. And it's one of the things that I love about this space and the work that we do here is we've actually seen that happen multiple times over the last 2 years on this app together, where people have come in, they have joined this panel, they have been 100% Trump and MAGA, and at the end of that conversation, been at 90 and even at 180 degrees. And that's something that, I wish people were mindful of, because if we're not doing that at the end of the day, I say this all the time, do you want to be heard or do you want to be right? Do you want to have an impact or you just want to be right? What is winning to you? And so for me, winning isn't having just a viral moment or having 1 million followers. Winning is actually having people, I love it when they come in, when Southern Chick comes in, with Southern accent comes in, when Sherry comes in, when Felix comes in, when Sean comes in, when I think about the people who over the years, when Brevin comes in, when I think about those individuals who started out very Trumpish and spent an hour or so on this app with me in really intense, emotionally charged conversations, and they keep coming back. And I wouldn't.
100%.
Yeah.
And then the other thing we have to remember too, I love the idea of, do you want to be right, or do you want to, have a conversation and make some change?
Yeah.
But the other thing we're looking at too is, just because we're coming at this from a place of assuming positive intent and coming at this from a place of compassion and empathy, does not mean that we need to set our standards on a shelf either.
Nope.
We have our lines in the sand, we have our red lines and where we stop it. But we don't have to get defensive and antagonistic when those lines are breached. We just shut the conversation down, move on, and revisit it at a later date. And it's basically the equivalent of putting a child in a timeout. It resets the clock on what's going on in their brain, so that way we can dial back the agitation, dial back the aggression, dial back the defensiveness, and revisit the topic at hand that caused that when people are calmer and able to have a more meaningful conversation and actually try to come up with some kind of a solution. And that's also where I think politically our current candidate pool is making a huge mistake as well, because most of our current candidates on the left are going about this whole, how do we combat Trump? How do we go anti-Trump? How do we go anti-GOP? Okay, but what are you doing for the American people?
Yes.
What are you doing? Where's your positive policies? Where's your change? Where's your instrument of change? Where are you bettering society? And we're not laying out a platform, laying out a plan. Our candidates aren't. And we as voting people need to ask for that, because until we do, they're just going to play the same game they've been playing for decades. And they're just going to stoke this division because it's worked.
Yes.
And until it stops working, they're going to keep following the playbook. So we need to ask hard questions. We need to show up to town halls. We need to write in our candidates. Like, I've called all 3 candidates from my local congressional district and spoke to them for over an hour on phone, because I keep hitting their office to get their policy platform. Because you can spout platitudes to me all day long on a 1-minute reel talking to me at Facebook because you're advertising for donations or whatever. But I want to know what your policies are. I want plans, not platitudes.
Yes.
And we need to all be that way.
Yep. 100%. So
that's what's going to change things.
I was having a conversation with a TikTok friend of mine. You guys know him as the boss, and he and I were chatting today before I went live. And he said, I got one more question for you before we go. And I said, what's that? And he said, what do you think the Democrats are going to do once they win the House and the Senate in November? Yes. I just gave you some. Can we grab some fruit this go around? Or you can have one of your peanut butter granola bars. Your dip chewy that's in there. So he asked me, he said, what do you think they're going to do? And without missing a beat, I said, nothing that we don't make them do.
And yes, Sacred Space, the candidates will talk to you, but it sometimes can be very difficult to get a hold of them. Don't be disappointed if the first, second, and 10th time they don't respond to you. But if you call them often enough and give them ways to reach back out to you, their staff will end up calling you eventually. They may not give you the length of time that they gave me, but they'll get in touch with you because they need your vote. And that's something we all have to bear in mind. They need us, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Without us, they don't exist.
Yep. What, baby? Can you do what? Yeah, bring me the stuff. Yeah, and so this was my thing. Is like I really want everybody to understand is that I don't think that Democrats are like this magic solution. What I think is that they are the best option that we have right now, and the second part of that is whatever we make them do, right? And so I really want to stress that to people is that it's our responsibility to apply the pressure and to hold them accountable. So like one of the things that, and I've said this before, and I really think everybody should do this, is ask your representatives, ask your elected officials or your candidates, why aren't they talking about once progressives, once Democrats have the majority in the House and the Senate, why aren't they talking about ending the 10-year ERA? Baby, this isn't good. This one, I don't like the way that looks. See, let me see the other one. So that the ERA can be added to the Constitution. I really want to know why Dems aren't talking about this. Because this is the thing, like they have introduced legislation. Sorry, I can get some more though. Girl, it's not my fault you didn't eat them fast enough. Girl, you don't want to, I'm telling you, you don't want to eat that peach. It doesn't look like anything you want to eat. Look, see that right there? That's no good. Yuck.
Yeah,
Put
that's
that over there.
100% right, though. They're not pushing that. And that ties back into we need to hold them accountable to policy, not platitudes. Like,
Yes.
we need substantive, detail-oriented, 5-year, 10-year, 15, 20-year plans, not, well, everything's going to be affordable when we get in office. Because, we've been hearing that for the last century and it ain't happened yet.
No, no, and
give me
you can't all of a
something I
sudden
can take to the bank.
right. There was one guy, and I can't remember his name now, but he was running for Congress in Kentucky. A little grassroots, no real backing, you know what I mean? But when you went to his page, one of the things that I loved about his website, Jeff, was not only did he have what his stances were, he had legitimate actionable items that were the roadmaps to get those things implemented. And that is what we are missing so much. And so that this is why part of the focus on Project for the People is that implementation phase. What does government accountability look like? It looks like more than just holding the members of the cabinet responsible for their behavior and the things that they have done and the way that they've lied to Congress or whatever. It's more than just that. It's how do we put forth measures that would benefit the people? And I think there's so much power. So did you all know that in Tennessee, 45,000 people in the state of Tennessee lost their TennCare this year? Did you all know that? 45,000 Tennesseans have lost their TennCare. It's a huge amount, right? And so just imagine being able to have a conversation with Tennesseans, being able to address like where this loss came from in terms of the funding for Medicaid, and then being able to put that funding. TennCare is state Medicaid. So, folks, when we talk about Medicaid in your state, lots of states have different names for it. So in Tennessee, it's called TennCare. In Virginia, it's called Cardinal Care. In Arizona, it's called something really long. It's like ACCHS or something, right? It's like a long number of letters. And so but it is your Medicaid. And so, right, Apple Health is in Washington State. Yes, Mandarific, AHCCS. See, I don't know how I remember that, but girl, I did. Look at that. And so when you start to talk about that, so listen, 45,000 people is more than the number of people that live in my hometown where I'm from in Tennessee. That would be like the entirety of my hometown if they all had Medicaid losing access to their health care. It is significant. But here's what happens when you take 45,000 people and you spread it across the entire state, across 95 counties, then it just doesn't have the same effect. But you have to understand that what does that look like in your congressional district? And why aren't Democrats and progressive candidates talking about how much they could very well reverse engineer the one big beautiful bill and put back those cuts that have started to hurt people and that are seriously going to start affecting people at the end of this year? Because it's possible. You do that, you get rid of the 10-year requirement to add the amendment to the ERA to the Constitution. That's a huge win for women across the entire country. Super cute, sissy girl, right? So these are the things that I think we should be talking more about it, and we should be asking our candidates, why aren't they talking about it?
Yeah, right. The hard part on the amendment was done. Now we just got to get the moratorium on the timing.
Yes.
It passed already. Just remove the block. The only thing I was curious about with because I haven't been able to find any information on it. If we were to get that passed, if we were to get the 10-year block, the moratorium lifted so that it could go into law and be put into effect, is there anything problematic that's in a pending state that would also be impacted by that and possibly be able to go live?
I don't
Because
think
I know there are other amendments that have passed and not passed in time. I couldn't find anything though, so that was that was a concern of mine, but I haven't been able to find anything.
Yeah, I haven't found anything that shows that either. There's nothing else that I know of that has been ratified by 37 states or that's anywhere even remotely close, right, to being ratified by 37 states, that could be a problem. And I don't think there is because, they've actually introduced the measure before. You know that, right, Jeff? So
Yeah.
Senate Dems have introduced the resolution to end the 10-year requirement for the ratification for constitutional amendments. And it's been blocked by GOP Republicans every single time. And the last time was under the Biden-Harris administration. So it's there.
Yeah, and it's only there if the bill that's originally passed and ratified doesn't have a time clause in the bill as well.
Mm-hmm.
So even if we aren't able to get this across the plate, there's always putting forth future bills as well that have a time clause in them to bypass that 10 year to gain us more time for state governors to ratify it as well, should there be something in the future that we want added.
Right.
Just so that people are aware that that time clause is only if there's nothing specifically written into the bill to give a time clause.
Yeah, the last time that Senate Republicans blocked it was April 27th, 2023. And it was, the procedural vote was 51 to 47, and you needed 60 votes. That was the last time. And so, this is much a larger part of this conversation is the fact that it took us from 1973 to 2020 to get 37 states to even ratify it is fucking wild to me. If you really want to know, does sexism and misogyny still exist in the United States of America? Just talk about the ERA and the fact that we still have states in this country that haven't ratified it. It's wild to me. But it's true.
I'm waiting to see if we can get 37 to join the state convention. They're up to, I think, 22 now.
The convention of states?
Yeah.
I am hoping not. Not right now. Not right now.
No, it would be too disruptive right now, but
yes, it would be very much too disruptive. So yeah, that would be a problem. So reverse. Somebody asked in the chat, and then I'm gonna get to you, Uncle Essex, in a minute. Somebody asked if reverse engineering the one big beautiful bill would have any consequences for private healthcare. No. So here's what would happen. If you're able to reverse engineer that bill, the funding that you took out of Medicaid and the reduction in federal funding that was put into the bill over the next 10 years, and you reverse that, great. I think you design an extension, like a bridge for premium tax subsidies to replace the ones that expired. That enables people to purchase healthcare on the ACA marketplace for those people that it became too expensive for, right? Yeah. So Ernie, why don't you join the chat? Because it's clear to me that you're not maybe accurately informed about trans athletes in sports. Okay. What?
I want snack.
Yes.
I want snack.
Go on. Okay. And so let me just shut this foolishness down right off the bat. Let me just say this. When I say I want the ERA, which is the Equal Rights Amendment, right? That absolutely has nothing to do with trans athletes in sports at all. And I'm going to be clear. One is about my rights as a human being and the fact that my rights are equal to the rights of men. And I deserve to have those rights, not about whether or not somebody else is going to join me in a fucking sport that is voluntary. So can we please not act like somebody participating in a sport is the same thing as an individual not having fundamental rights? You just sound silly, and a fear-mongering bigot is what you sound like. Get a bag, Nina. So I'm not doing that in here. I don't do transphobia. I don't do any of that stuff. I don't. I'm not doing it. So Ernie, listen, you can either join the chat or you'll now be quiet because you're muted. Sorry, folks. I don't do that. And it's irritating to my soul because listen, you all can sit around and argue about sports and bathrooms while your children can't get access to healthcare at the damn hospital and they don't get to see pediatricians and measles is spreading across the country. Keep talking about fucking bathrooms and sports while your children are going to bed hungry and while you can't afford housing and while your gas is approaching $5 a damn gallon. Keep talking about a sport you don't even play in, where the girls playing in the sport don't really care, and talking about bathrooms when we use gender neutral bathrooms every damn day of our lives, including at the doctor's office, while this country goes to hell in a handbasket. You just look ridiculous. And you look like a bigot. And if you don't like that word, then don't act like one. And here's what you can really do. If you, like me, wanted to truly understand what it looks like for a trans athlete to participate in sports, you can easily find that information out. And when you are talking about it on a collegiate level or on an Olympic level or on a national level, what you would know is that those individuals have strict guidelines that they must adhere to before they can even participate in those sports. And what you would find is that it isn't an issue that even matters. And why do you care, by the way? Let me just, right, it does. And exactly. So when you talk about long-term HRT, right, which is your hormone therapy, it reduces or eliminates any advantages. And I'm going to use Leah Thomas as an example. So if you all don't know who Leah Thomas is, here, Mila. Leah Thomas was the swimmer in Pennsylvania. And everybody was up in arms because she fucked around and actually won a race and she came in first place. And very few people talked about the fact that that same competition and in that same year, she came in fifth in one race, she came in eighth in one race, and she came in first in one. What are you doing right now? They don't do any better. There's no advantage. And by the way, there have always been physical advantages in sports. That's why not everybody can jump like Michael Jordan. That's why not everybody can swim like Michael Phelps. That's why not everybody can dunk like Shaq. Because people have been born with biological advantages throughout history. You are just letting someone manipulate you with gender ideology ignorance because you have a bigoted belief system. Right, access to private trainers, all of the things. Y'all better start thinking about what matters. Because guess what? Your bigotry and your hate is allowing us to get to a place of a surveillance state. Crazy. Your bigotry, your hatred is going to undercut the things that you desire for your family and your life.
Yep, and this is a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier, where the right likes to find these fear buttons and use them to manipulate masses.
Yes.
And until we come to that conversation with that place of, hey, we're not going to take your BS, but at the same time, we want to find out what's making you tick so that we can combat that, we're not going to change anything. Because we can tell them till they're blue in the face, trans rights are human rights, and they all are.
Yep.
But until we find out why they don't think that way, we can't change their mind.
Yeah, for me, like, this is one that really gets me, because I'm just going to be very clear where I stand on this. Okay. Do not tell me that you being against trans athletes and women's sports means you give a shit about women. This is not a country that gives a shit about women. This is not a country that takes care of its women. If we're going to be clear, I want you to look at how many women every single day are assaulted, abused, or killed by their male partners or by a male period. I want you to think about if this country gave a shit about women, right? It would not have taken from 1973 to 2020 to ratify the ERA. It would not have taken us to the place where we are, literally. Like, why do we have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in higher income nations in the world? Because we don't give a shit about women or children, for that matter, or babies, for that matter. That's why our infant mortality rates are the way it is. I don't want to hear it. This is like,
it's just a modern day iteration of the misogyny that's been going on in this country for centuries, basically since before its founding. And if you think about it, it's really simple to perceive it. If the people that are complaining right now, there's two things. One, they don't complain about trans men.
nope.
You rarely ever hear it. It's always about trans women.
Yes.
Because if they allowed trans women to have rights, then the question gets begged of, well, why can't you allow biological women to also have the same rights? So they can't allow one or the other, because then they would have to allow both. And that would disrupt the misogyny that they're using to hold power.
100%. And folks, listen, if you are a male that wants to communicate to women that you actually care about women, this is not the fight we want you to pick. You got it? Like, literally, you are picking the most minute of things. It's like when someone knows you, okay. It's like if you see my ass carrying a whole ass couch by myself, right? And you have a choice about how you're going to help. Don't cheer me on from the sideline. No. I mean, grab the other end of this damn couch and help me carry it. That's what you can do for me. Or don't just be like, oh, here, I'll hold the door and watch me struggle to get that shit through. No. Prop that door open and grab the other side of this couch. Right, Rescue Squad, and certainly don't sit on it. Right, don't just grab a throw pillow. See that? So, Free, let's come talk about it. Uncle Essex, you wanted to come in, and Freed, I mean it. I sent you a request. So, Freed Munition, I sent you a request, and would love for you to come to the panel. Uncle Essex, go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Hi, Danny. I just want to share what what I'm doing and what I noticed about what us forming community zip code unions within every zip code in the city. Because what I noticed is people vote on bills, but they don't understand it. What I seen you broke down, what you broke down in your doc files, that gave me a lot more insight, because I do things like that too. So I created one to find a loophole. And see, that's the problem when the bills get introduced to the House. It sounds good. It's solid to get everybody moving in on it, and then by the time it passes, they pick it apart. And what I've seen is that they kind of like after a while, when it gets to the board, then we got the angel investors that come in who controls the petitions and pushes their incentive even more, because people think like, oh yeah, this is it. This is going to be this is what's going to help us. But you created another loophole that's been going through for centuries to get back and back doors. But I'm just saying what I've created is a community union, which I've said it's in my bio because it's so complicated. But you can link on it. I put a link in where it shows how we can come together just within our community, and all the rest of it will come together. We just concentrate on food, health, housing, and healing, and just being treated like a human. And I don't know why I said this. I know why. But this is what I keep saying, that when these bills come to the House, the bill language is written by lobbyists and not the communities. We can't control that yet. Because we don't have bills. When all these bills are passed, we're not really in the room when they're actually making decisions on our health, housing, and food. and especially our humanity. But when it comes out of it, we can come together that we've always been doing in our communities is coming together and when time comes to stick together, we can stand still. When we say no, we're actually saying no to the corporations until we have control of the money that flows through. But when they don't, they don't, all the communities are sticking together. Not who can go into the bathroom, not what you just brought out. Like I said, you're so educated. I appreciate you though, Danny. But these little things that I say is a me problem is not our problem. Our problem is that, I just buried my brother. And he's been fighting for 2 years. But that problem of trying to get the proper health care that you need and not compromised by what coverage you have. Not going in and walking in and say, oh, you're not covered by this. That don't make sense to me. So I just want to share this in my bio. I've been working on this for years. It's just the season has come where everybody is now talking about this now. The civil unrest is high. But I would love to sit there and share notes with you because I want to get educated even more so. But I think networking with you, and if you're interested, please hit me in my bio. I'll share my doc files. I'll share everything that I have that I've got built up to bring us together as far as community in a community union. Okay, so because the town hall meetings when we go to, they're just off the hook. But lately, everybody's been.
Hold on, Freed. Hold on.
Everybody's been on the court. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
I'll land now.
Okay. Appreciate you, Uncle Essex. Yeah, just now, Carla, I did. Appreciate you, Uncle. Okay, so Freed, I'm not familiar with you, so let me ask your age for TikTok purposes. Freed Munition, do you know you're on the panel?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just listening.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come up.
No, that's okay. No, I love that you did. So, and can you share your age just for TikTok purposes?
Uh-huh.
You're over
Yeah,
18?
I'm 42.
Okay, gotcha. Great. Okay, so is this your first time ever in my live?
Yes, I'm 42.
Gotcha. Okay. So,
Yes.
okay, great. So just
Yeah, I was just curious to know. What the Democrats tend, always, complaining about like what's.
you went on mute for a second. You have to unmute. There you go.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw the title and I just had to, it just kind of clicked. Like, wow, I know the Democrats tend to complain a lot about what's going on right now, but they don't really ever offer anything or even say what their goal is. And I just don't. It just confuses me because it seems like the strategy is like, hey, look at these people, look at what they're doing. He's the red man, he's the orange man, this, that, other, but they don't have anything to offer. And I was just curious if you was going to, provide any of that.
Yeah. So first, let me just say, I'm not a member of the Democratic Party, and I don't speak for Democrats. So I can't tell you. What I can tell you is that I think one of the things that I notice, because I pay attention to words and kind of like how people have conversations. So when you say Democrats like to do a lot of complaining about how things are, when I look around, I don't see just Democrats complaining. I see a lot of Americans, regardless of whether they voted Democrat or Republican, that are complaining about the cost of groceries and the cost of gas or being in another war, and the things that are happening with healthcare. I don't think that is a Democratic, like Democrats are the only people complaining. I think that's a universal complaint that exists for working class Americans, regardless of how they voted. Would you agree with that?
Well, considering the fact that we're in a situation right now, with our country, it's just like, we've experienced this for like 4 years, right? The gas prices are no different than they were.
But they are. That's not true.
I'm saying when Biden stepped in office,
That's
and he decided
okay. Hold on, Freed.
until he closed his eyes.
Freed.
With the Ukraine
Freed.
situation.
Freed.
It's been like that since.
Freed, can I get you to answer my question first? Because the question that I ask you, the question that hold on a second. Can I finish? The question that I'm asking you is the complaints that are happening across the board right now, across the country, aren't just happening from Democrats. Because number one, I'm not a Democrat. And I'm interested in how you know that the people that are complaining are Democrat. Like, that's just wild to me, because I don't think when
the same language, they have the same talking point, so it's not really hard.
So
who you're talking to,
Freed,
the same exact language.
Can I ask you to do me a favor and let me finish my sentence before you come in? And I think it's the same language because it's the same issues that everyone is facing. So if everybody is having, if most people are having trouble with their gas, because I can tell you right now that where I live, right before the 2024 election, gas was $2.59, $2.49. Gas right now is $3.99. Right? That's a fact. And that gas is $3.99, and we haven't just had a global pandemic, right? Which we had before the Biden administration. So what we're not going to do is compare when Joe Biden stepped into office versus when Donald Trump came into office, because we're not going to talk about a post-COVID environment where inflation reached as high as 8 and 9%, and gas prices reached $5 and something, $6 and something, following a global pandemic that impacted the entire world, versus where we are today, where we don't have to be, because that's not a thing. And so what I hear in this discussion with you is you want to make this about Democrats and Republicans. And the truth of the matter is Democrats and Republicans are paying the same prices at the pump. And those prices are impacting working class people, whether they are Democrat or Republican. The only people not having an issue with the prices right now are the people that make well above $150,000 a year, right? People that are making six figures and above, those are the people that might not be complaining, right? But the rest of the working class are complaining because they don't make that money. So this is a class issue. It is not a political party issue. Is that fair to say?
I disagree, and I'm not trying to go back for I disagree because I really feel like the average American, even with gas prices up, right? But let me say this first.
Wait, no, stop. You disagree based on what fact?
Well, I disagree on one thing that you said, that wherever you live, that gas is $2.59. Strategically, right before the election in October, like October the 1st to be exact, Kamala Harris and the administration, the Biden's administration, I'm not sure how they did it, but they decided.
No, if you don't know how, wait, nope, Freed, I don't do conspiracy theories. Stop. Freed, I'm not doing that. Freed, you're going to stop talking over me. And what I'm not going to do is for you to say, oh, I don't know how they did it, but they did this. No, sir. If you don't know how they did it, that means you don't have any facts, which means it's just your feelings, and we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We can all go in and we can all look at the data. We can see what gas prices were across the board in the nation, right? From the summer all the way through the fall, leading up to the election in 2024. We can also see the deal that Trump made with OPEC in 2018. In 2020, like all of those things are things that we historically can see as fact, right? So what I'm not going to let you do is say, I don't know how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did it, but damn it, they did it. No, sir. If you don't know the how, then you don't know they did it. And I'm not going to let you spread misinformation. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Based on what facts do you disagree with me? And now I'm going to unmute you.
Okay. Well, I do know that gas prices were only, they dropped dramatically for 1 month. And usually...
No, they didn't. That's not true. That's not true.
So I'm gonna say I agree.
No, so I'm going to show you, because what did I just tell you? I just told you, sir, please stop talking. Please stop talking for a moment. Please stop talking for a moment. I'm not going to let you do that. I just told you that I'm not going to let you do that. Because I gave you gas prices from where I am, and now I'm going to show you gas prices on average across the country. And I'm going to show them from the EIA. Or if you're not familiar with the EIA, I'm going to help you get familiar, because this is where people should get real information. So this is retail gasoline prices from the U.S. Energy Administration, Information Administration, the EIA, Energy Information Administration. This is the government's website, not Danny Cook's website, not any liberal media website. This is from the government's website. And what you will look, these are the national averages on gasoline. And in 2024, this is January through December. And in October, gas was $3.13 per gallon. In October, it was $3.20. Now, when you look at May through August, why would gas prices be higher here like they are every year? Because it is the summer and it is the travel season. Could you please, are you interrupting me? You obviously are new. Please don't do that. Why are the summer prices higher? Because that's when people travel and school is out, right? But you see absolutely no difference, right? In October, you said to me that in October, gas prices just dropped astronomically, and you don't know how the Biden-Harris administration did it. And it looks to me, sir, like you're wrong, like you're incorrect, like you're not accurate, because it didn't happen. What you see is a natural return of gas prices from January in the beginning of 2024, right here, to December of 2024, because it was not the summertime.
Can we look at that graph for a second? Just because you said $2.59 a gallon.
I said where I live.
Right. So let's just say.
And so this is the national average.
Okay, let's say we all live in the same place. And I believe you. You know why? Because most Democrat cities.
I don't live in a Democrat city, so that's what you get for making an assumption.
Oh, wow.
God bless your heart. See, do you see the difference? I am giving you information based on facts, and you are giving information.
And you deducted the 60 cents from the Democrat cities.
What are you talking about?
The 60 cents per gallon, if you subtract that.
What are you talking about? I don't live in a Democrat city. I don't live in a Democrat city.
Well, if you deduct the 60 cents.
I don't care. Nope, that's not how gas works. That's not how gas works. That's not how gas prices work.
I understand how gas prices work.
No, you don't. You clearly don't understand. This is the average. This is the average across the country from the U.S. Energy Information Association. That's who this is from.
Right, and I'm going off of your data.
No, you're not. You're not. Stop for a moment. Freed. Stop for a moment. Stop. Because what you don't do is look at a national average for gas prices and then go, oh, we're just going to deduct 60 damn cents from that for all the people that live in Democrat cities. Do you really think that's how ExxonMobil and Chevron work and BP work? Because it's not how they work. And that's not what happens. And I don't even live in a Democratic city. I don't even live in a Democrat majority city. You're going to stop interrupting me. If you want to have a legitimate conversation, you're going to stop interrupting me, and I mean it. This is not how gas works. That's not how it works. And we don't randomly deduct some damn numbers in Democrat cities because we want to. That's not the way that it works. And what's crazy to me is that you keep wanting to say Democrats and Republicans. I have told you since you brought yourself to my panel, I am not a Democrat. I do not belong to the Democratic Party. I don't live in a Democratic city. I live in a Republican state with a Republican governor and a Republican majority. That's where I live. So before you open your mouth and spew a bunch of nonsense, you might want to stop making assumptions because you know what they say about them. So I have one question for you before we go any further, Freed. Okay? One question only. Do you actually care about facts? And can you have a conversation? It's a compound question. And can you have a conversation that is not focused on Democrat versus Republican? Yes or no?
Yes and yes.
Great. Perfect. Then you can stay on my panel. All right. So when I talk about what the gas prices were, okay, and what they are today, and I pull up the government website as to what those prices were, and I demonstrate that what you said did not happen. There was no miraculous drop in gas prices in October. That did not occur.
Well, I think for based off of your data, right?
It's not, no, sir. It's not based off my data. This is based off the United States government data.
Just show, I'm not disagreeing with it, but what I'm looking at is a sharp trend, right? Leading right up to the election, when gas was like $4 and something, like based off of your graph from like January, March, February, all those months, and it trended down all the way to.
So that happens every year at the end of summer.
Well,
that happens every year at the end of summer.
Well, what about the winter time? Because your winter time was in the $4 and something.
No, it wasn't. I literally just showed you the graph.
I mean, I know the average person kind of forget things after about 2 weeks. Right?
No, so.
I don't forget things like that. Like,
okay, well, let me just show you. I don't know what maybe you should forget because what you are reliving is inaccurate information. So every year, so we will look at, this is 2024. December, gas was $3 a gallon in December 2024 on average across the country. These are retail prices. December of 2025, it was $2.89 retail across the board, right?
And that's all Donald Trump numbers on that last line. So let's compare.
Right, and these are Donald Trump numbers today.
Right, and that's
right, exactly. And so that's my point. So Freed, listen, you're correct. And this is what I'm telling you, is there was no $4 a gallon in December. Not for any of these years. You see that? No, that's not the case. So wait, I'm going to finish speaking. Don't interrupt, please.
If you go up about 8 lines,
I'll be damned if you don't stop interrupting me. And I mean this with every fiber of my being. Eight lines above. Do you know the 8? What are the 8 lines? What does that mean? How far am I going back?
If you go up 8 columns, the ones that says 256, 255, 219 and a half, all of those are Donald Trump.
Okay, Freed.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about Donald Trump and I'm talking about gas prices.
Well, yeah. Well,
no, so stop. Stop.
I want to see something different.
Okay, so let me be clear. What I want you to do is stop interrupting me. And this is not about Donald Trump. This is a conversation about today. You asked me about midterms and you asked me about today. And these numbers are Donald Trump today. These are his numbers today. I don't want to talk about, no, he has no idea about the OPEC deal in 2020. Nope, none whatsoever. Because the OPEC deal in 2020 that got Trump these numbers is also what caused these numbers in 2022, along with C-19 under the Biden administration. But you don't know about that.
I know about the Ukrainian war and how.
What do you know? No. What do you know? What do you know about the oil crisis? What do you know about the oil crash in 2018 under President Trump? What do you know about that?
I know about
Nope. I asked you. I didn't ask you what you know about. I asked you,
From the beginning to the end.
Freed.
That cost
Freed.
$2.
Freed.
$2.
You gonna stop talking over me with your rude ass? Hey, I'm no. And listen, you don't listen. You're not gonna start talking over me to say whatever you want to say. I'm not doing that. I asked you a specific question. Can you share with me what you know about the 2018 oil crash? What do you know about how many refineries we lost in the United States under Donald Trump in 2018? Tell me what you know about 2018.
I know that we didn't lose any oil. I know that OPEC.
Oh, I would just tell you,
I know they stopped.
Hey, can I say something?
No, hold on, Oil. Hold on, Uncle X. Hold on, please. So you don't know what you need to know. The U.S. became the world's top oil producer, creating a massive oversupply. We granted surprise waivers. Ooh, look at that, on Iran sanctions, undercutting expected supply drops. Look at that. This was our worst year. Nobody told you to come off mute. I'm talking. And then go look at the oil deal that he did in 2020 with OPEC. You literally do not know what you're talking about. You are out here regurgitating things and you don't have a clue what you're talking about. I'm going to tell you, because I'm not going to argue with you because you don't know, and I don't believe that you want to know. So let me just say this. If you would like to become accurately informed about gas prices and the oil industry, then you should go follow a gentleman by the name of Mr. Global. He is an oil and gas expert, and he does a fantastic job of breaking down a ton of this information. He has videos on the crash of 2018. He has videos on the 2020 OPEC deal and how that happened and how we saw the impact of that in 2022. All of those things. So you can go do that. I'm not arguing with you because you don't want to actually discuss facts.
Okay, well, it was nice talking to you, and I'll go down in the audience. I'm just waiting to hear with policies. We got 93 days left.
You don't even so what policies? What issue are you concerned about?
I'm just hoping to hear.
So what issue? Let's talk about the issues.
What are we offering?
Let's talk about it. Name an issue.
Let's say immigration. About that. Let's say immigration. Y'all talk about immigration a lot. Let's talk about
who's y'all? Who is y'all?
I mean, well, I know that. Are you part of the Socialist Party?
No, I'm not.
What party are you?
I do not belong to a political party.
I mean, I know that the liberals came out. I'll just use that term. They came out with the Project DEIA, and I'm just wondering, I think 80 million Americans kind of voted against it. So I was just wondering.
What are you talking about?
Time running out.
What are you talking about?
Re-implement it, kind of speed it up. And
Freed. Freed. I know this is gonna be hard for you, but I would like for you to be very focused.
Mm-hmm.
What part of immigration would you like to discuss?
I mean, what kind of policy? I mean, what are we going to do about it?
Okay, so let's talk about it. So can you share with me?
What are we going to do with ICE?
Freed. Can I? Freed.
What are you offering?
Freed. So that I can figure out how to have this conversation with you. Can you share with me the difference between Title 8, Title 42, and remain in Mexico?
Oh, off the top of my head, I probably couldn't do that. I do know that during the talks about Title 42, I was down in Mexico, and I saw all of the Ukrainians and all of the people from all over the place down there.
No, you don't. No, sir. There were no talks about Title 42.
I want to say that was in 2018. I was down
no, you would be wrong and wrong and wrong. And I'm going to tell you why. So, Freed, stop. Next time, just say you don't know. Just say you don't know, and I'm going to tell you why. So listen. So, Freed, listen. Title 42. There was no discussion about Title 42. Title 42 is a health policy initiative. It was a health policy initiative. Do you know when it was rolled out? Spoiler, not 2018. Not 2018 at all. When do you think, if you just were going to give it your best guess, when would you think that we utilized a policy measure at the border related to health policies? When do you think we would have done that?
Right. So it was during COVID, and it was to stop people from coming over at that time, closing the southern border and not accepting asylum seekers at that time.
So you were able to Google it. I'm very happy that you were able to look it up. Listen, Freed.
We're going opening the border, right?
Freed.
Talk to Trump to find out
if you don't stop being rude, I'm really going to drop you. Stop trying to talk over me.
I'll listen from the audience because I don't want to.
I don't want you to talk over me. That's not difficult. It shouldn't be difficult.
I'll listen from
like why are you not able to just not talk over me?
Well, it's like you cut me off, and then after you cut me off,
because you're not answering my question.
You ask me questions, and I try to answer them.
No, you're not. That's the thing. So let me tell you what you're doing. Freed, every time I ask you a question, you are using that opportunity to spit in whatever propaganda you want to spit in instead of engaging in a real conversation with me.
That's incorrect, but
Well, no, it's not. So let me ask you this. Can you share with me what is Title 8? What is Title 8?
Enlighten me. Tell me. I'm not off the top of my head. I don't know about it.
Okay. Title 8 is our literal immigration law. That is the law that is currently on the books that covers our entire immigration system. That's what Title 8 is. And Title 8 has very distinct differences in how it is implemented versus Title 42. Okay? So under Title 42, which was simply a health measure that was put out during C-19 by the Trump administration, it changed the way that we handled all of the cases at the border compared to Title 8. Do you know anything about the differences between those two things?
I know about Title, like off the top of my head, Title 8. I do know that when Biden and Kamala started bringing people in, allowing people to come in, and people that were already here, they were registering as undocumented and documented, right? So once you became documented, meaning that we knew you were in the country, it was like you were legal in the country.
No.
So Title 8 was illegal immigration.
No.
And they made...
Freed, I'm going to ask you to pause right now. Freed, I'm going to ask you to stop for a moment. So Kamala Harris and Joe Biden do not determine immigration policy or immigration law. Immigration law is set by Congress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden do not determine who meets the status of undocumented versus documented, because that's not actually the terminology that we even use. We actually used unauthorized and undocumented. Those are the two things that we use. Now, having said that, and one of the things that I'm not going to let you do, and the reason why I keep having to interject, is because you say things that are just flat out lies. They're flat out falsehoods. And so it's my responsibility. This is my platform. So what I can't let you do is sit on the panel and just say things for 2 and 3 minutes that are factually inaccurate. I can't do that. I'm responsible for the information that I let out on this platform. So when I speak up and I cut you off, it's because you're saying something that's just false, right? So when you say Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they started, when you said letting people in or bringing people in, which is not a thing. The president of the United States and the vice president of the United States don't go round up immigrants and bring them into the country. And the fact that you're saying so tells me one of two things. Either you know that you are intentionally spreading misinformation and you're doing it because you want to be partisan for whatever reason, right? Or two, you are woefully uninformed, accurately informed about immigration and the process of immigration, because presidents don't do that. That's not what the president does or the vice president. Okay. Now, just to be clear, when I talk about immigration, I don't talk about it willy-nilly, and I don't talk about it based on what I heard or I read or I saw somebody else say about it. I talk about immigration from a couple of perspectives. Number one, this, and I'm going to show you there. So I'm going to show you this document. And for those of you guys that are watching, this is in my Google Drive. Okay. So Freed, this is in my link tree. This is the amount of research that I've done on our actual immigration law and our actual immigration policy. This is how I know what I know about immigration. You're looking at almost 5 full pages of information on immigration with the links to the actual laws, right? So this is the law. 8 USC 1158 covers asylum law. 8 USC 1325 and 1326 cover illegal entry. Okay. Title 8 is our overall immigration system. Title 42 is the health policy, the public health policy. 8 USC 1611, that's the law that determines whether or not unauthorized immigrants get access to federally funded benefits, which they do not. I can actually show you the crime rate studies for unauthorized immigrants. Are you interrupting me again? Because it's rude. Are you interrupting me again, Freed? Because you're being rude. And I'm not going to tolerate it much longer. So these are several studies on the crime rates of unauthorized immigrants. This is from Customs and Border Patrol, right? This is one of my favorite documents that covers our unauthorized immigrant population data. This is the immigration backlog that got here. So when Donald Trump took office in 2017, right, we had 542,411 immigration cases that were backlogged. When he left in December of 2020, the backlog was almost 1.3 million. It more than doubled under Trump and his first administration. We lost immigration judges because he changed the performance plan. This is here. That's this document. 45 of them immediately left, right? When I talk about immigration, it is not speculation, nor is it partisan. It is facts. And the reason why I took the time to go read all of those things is so that when I got on this app, Freed, and I talked about immigration, I actually knew what the fuck I was talking about, because I think it's important. It's more important to be accurate and to know what I'm talking about than it is to be spewing things about Trump and Republicans and Democrats, because none of that is helpful. None of it is helpful. So you either really want to know facts or you don't. And if you were to hear facts that accurately demonstrate your understanding of immigration as it relates to Donald Trump is incorrect, are you open to hearing and applying that information? Yes or no?
I think this year more, Black American people are going to.
Okay, nope. I said yes or no, and this is what I told you. This is what I told you. This is what I told you. Every time I ask you a question, you use an opportunity to spew some fucking nonsense that you just want to say. So yes, I dropped you. No, I didn't warn you. And no, I don't care. Because I gave you more than enough time to demonstrate you could be a decent human being and have a real conversation with me. And you did not do so. And I'm tired of it. You're wasting my time. And we have 93 days until the fucking midterms. And I am not spending those 93 days with someone who is disingenuous on my panel, who refuses to actually talk about the facts. I'm not doing that. You can go do that in somebody else's live and in somebody else's space. If somebody else wants to have a real conversation about immigration, then you are welcome to join this panel and ask me questions, and we will go over the actual facts. If you're not ready for that, and if you're not interested in that, then keep it moving. Good afternoon, perception check. You're not here. No, don't say you're sorry I feel that way. You're not about to gaslight me. Up here talking about, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you are that way. I don't feel that way. You are that way. You ain't gaslighting me. I don't know who you're talking to right now, sir. But you're not about to sit up here and gaslight me in any way, shape, or form. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry you feel that way. If you don't want me to feel this way, change how you are. For real. Mila, did you mean to request up? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you acted that way. Anyway. So, let me just be clear for anybody that wants to really talk about immigration. The president and the vice president don't just wheel people into the country and give them documented or undocumented status. That's not what happens. Unauthorized and undocumented are the statuses that we have. Okay. Unauthorized immigrants, the vast majority of them, about 8.8 of our 11 million that were in the country in 2022, all arrived prior to 2010. All of them arrived prior to 2010. And that's not according to Danny. That is according to the Department of Homeland Security. You can find the report in my link tree. You can literally just Google estimates of unauthorized immigrant population 2018 to 2022, and you will find that information. It's available to you. Okay. And I just want to be clear about one other thing while I can. So other things that I don't do in this status, I don't do immigrant phobia bullshit. I don't do transphobia and homophobia bullshit. I am not scared of immigrants. I'm not scared of LGBTQIA people. I'm not scared of unauthorized or undocumented immigrants because, and I'll tell you why, the greatest two threats to me as a citizen of the United States of America are rich white men. That's it. Men. And then we elevate into categories. Right? That's the greatest threat. Period. The FBI agrees with me. So, no. Did you hear me? I was very clear. No. They're not the greatest threat. No. Men. Rich white men. That's what I said. So, now when we want to talk about the threat to the country, yeah, you can talk about foreign threats to the country. I would say hands down Israel. That's my opinion. Second greatest threat to the country, the GOP Senate. Falling right behind Israel. So, 13, I didn't mention Jewish people, did I? Nope, I didn't. You want to know why? Because in this room, we don't talk about Jewish people. We talk about Israel, the state, the government, the political entity known as Israel. That's who we talk about. We don't talk about Jewish people. Jewish people live all over the world, not just in Israel. Well, you won't in here. You won't talk about Jewish people in here. If you want to talk about Jewish people, you'll go do it in your live, but you won't do it in mine. It's not difficult. And you said, but I did, and but you won't again because you're now blocked. There you go. See how easy that was? And won't again because you're not blocked. Yeah, it's not the way it works. Y'all be wilding out in the streets. This is why we can't have nice things. Between Freed and 13, this is why we can't have nice things. Because y'all can't have like an actual fact-based conversation that's not in your fucking feelings. I know, Titus, I saw it. Hey, Teresa. Folks, if you are going to engage in political conversations and you can only do it from Republican, Democrat, Trump, Biden, you are not helpful. And I would argue you're not a patriot. Like you really don't care about what's best for the country. Because when you really understand about what's best for the country, you understand that it's not about Republicans versus Democrats, Democrats versus Republicans, or who was in power and who wasn't. Yeah. The only time that I desire to even have a conversation that includes anything about Donald Trump is specific to the impact on the country in the moment. That's it. And I don't want to talk about what happened 10 years ago. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it, folks. I'm talking about today, what's happening right now. And there are things that I believe the vast majority of people agree on. I think the vast majority of people, regardless of how you have voted in the past, do not want flock cameras every damn where, storing all of our damn data all the damn time. I think most people do not desire to have that happen. I think most people do not want data centers beside their schools, their zoos, or down the damn road in their neighborhood, right? I think most people want to be able to pay a decent, affordable rate for their groceries and for their electricity bills and for their gas. I think people just want life to be affordable, and people want to be paid an adequate wage for the work that they do. Most people, even if they don't like each other, want everyone to have access to safe, quality, affordable health care. Listen, you're not about to sit down here and run your mouth. You said you was going to listen from the chat. So that's what you're about to do is listen because you can't talk no more. You taking them?
Yeah, we're doing almost sweating.
Okay. I love that. Are they doing dinner too or what?
I don't know. That's literally what I was thinking about because it's almost 5.
Okay. I mean, there's stuff in here, but I just haven't had the opportunity.
Okay, let me look.
Okay.
Sorry, baby.
Yeah. So like real talk, y'all, like the place that I come from is real simple. The place that I come from is about the actual implication and the impact of what's happening in this society. And the greatest harms being done to us is not by who's pissing in what bathroom. The greatest harms being done to us are not about who's running for the touchdown or swimming in the pool and what sex they were given when they were born. Like none of that is determining. Nobody is asking that stuff when you go to check out at the gas station or the grocery store or when you check into the emergency room. So you either want to have a real conversation about those things, the things that truly impact us, or not. Okay, you got it?
Yep.
All right, folks.
Hey, hey, Dan.
Yes.
I'm going to drop down.
Okay.
Can I bring up two things? One, I'm 62. I've been in transportation for a while, running companies, but I, I don't know why people think that fuel's going to drop when gig workers is moving more fuel than where
They were right there on the arm of the couch. Did they fall under the couch? Hold on one second. Her glasses were right there on the arm of the couch. Bella, did you take them off somewhere? And I, you'll have to help her because I don't know where she might have taken them off at. They might be in the cushions of the couch or on the counter. Mila, do you know where Sissy's glasses are?
Here, they're right here.
Okay, perfect.
Here, Belly.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. But I was talking about fuel. I don't know why everybody would think fuel was going to drop when gig workers are moving more per mile than what a regular person would use gas commuting. Before you would see a bigger price where diesel and fuel was a big advantage. But when COVID came in, it brought in and adopted the industry because we didn't have anything else. Gig workers are our new industry of distributing local goods now. And they're distributing just as much as what a truck is distributing. And then two, we were talking about everybody wants to get away from, with digital, bringing up digital corporation, but they're trying to build one in the area where my son is now. But they're not going to get away from it because this is a digital era. We're comfortable with where we're at right now. I don't know if that's going to stop because all everybody's investing in is technologies, spying. I don't know if I can use the word spying, but using technology to, impose on people's rights. I don't know if we're going to get away from that, but I think that the main thing is that as a union, we need to just come together on a whole, because some things we cannot change, but then some things we can slow down. And it don't take years to do it. It just takes minutes, what me and you are talking right now on, to come together and let's just come together on what matters: our health, our food, our housing, and human rights. And that can change tomorrow, and everything else will follow.
So I just want to say something. So folks, I recommend following Mr. Global. Mr. Global is who I follow when I want to know about fuel prices and gas prices and what to expect. He's also someone who has joined me on my live to help explain things to folks. And I will share with you what he has stated, okay? Unequivocally, is we are not going to run out of gas. What is going to happen, though, is gas is going to be affordable, available as long as you can afford it, which means it's going to get very expensive. And so are the prices of goods because of the increase of the cost of diesel fuel. Diesel fuel, which is what provides the majority of our big trucks and shipping and all of that, they use diesel fuel, and that is going to cause an increase in the cost of our goods and services. And that, as long as we are in this mess with Iran, is going to continue to happen. That is going to be the case. And he has said it. He has said it today in the latest. I just reposted one of his latest videos talking about this very thing. We're not going to quote unquote run out of gas in the United States of America. We have the supply, and we also have the ability to refine. What is going to happen, though, is it is going to continue to get hella expensive at the rate that things are going. And as long as you can afford it, we will still have it. But we are also going to see an increase in our prices. And he specifically stated this because of the rise in prices for diesel fuel, because that is where a lot of our supply chain functions is on diesel fuel. So Mr. Global is, Matt is a great resource. And that's where I recommend people go. You can actually go back and watch other videos. You want to know about the Keystone Pipeline and what really, really didn't happen? Go watch his video. You want to know about any of those other things? Go watch Mr. Global. And so that's what I would share with you with regard to gas prices and things like that, right?
I mean, no, Danny, can I? I mean, we never have we won't have a shortage as long as petroleum comes out of the ground. That's not the point I was making. The point I was making, I've been in transportation as a broker, as a warehouse manager, as having a warehouse. I've watched the industry. What I'm saying is that people were thinking that gas is supposed to go down. The point I was making is that if there's no reason for gas to go down. We don't raise and lower gases because we don't have the supply. We raise and lower gas because of the demand they get to make more money. What makes you think that they're raising the price on fuel to call it a shortage? Is that going to bring fuel back? No, that's not the purpose for them raising fuel prices or gas prices.
So the point that I was making is not about, my point wasn't that you said there was going to be a shortage. The reason I reiterated what I said is because you made a statement about trucks other than diesel providing equal supply resources and things and that's just not the case. The vast majority of our supply system is still reliant on diesel fuel. And so that is why you will see an increase in the cost in those items is because of the increase in diesel fuel costs. That's what I was speaking to.
Okay, but I understand that, Danny. Like I said, I've been in the industry. I've watched things go, and what you're saying, the increase is going to increase because of what has been put into our money. We went from paper to digital. Digital doesn't have a cap on it now. Look at Bitcoin. So it's not about that. It's about how we can keep everything going up to catch up to what decentralization brought on after 2008 crash. And in 2009, we had to go back and find a way to where no one can sponge their books or erase a line. When you have a wallet now, these banks cannot actually take and say, they have to be accountable for the money that they misappropriated with taxpayers' dollars that has been put into their system, because these administrations don't think that these big corporations can fail.
Okay.
So they keep.
I want to be clear about something. The cost of gas.
I want to drop on that.
Yeah. The cost of gas has nothing to do with crypto and digital currency. They are not connected to each other. And okay, listen, no. I'm going to talk about, so listen, I'm going to be very clear. I have one source for expert information when it comes to gas and oil. It is Matt Randolph, AKA Mr. Global, who is the vice president and principal partner of Sentinel Energy. I'm going to talk about someone who is an expert, globally recognized oil and gas expert around the entire world. That's who I'm going to talk about. I'm not saying anything about your time or not time in the industry. But I'm not doing that. I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to refer to this particular individual who is a global, who has 33 years of experience spanning exploration, production, and strategic operations. He owns an oil and gas company. He has done, oh my gosh, he did a whole plan for Shell. He has done advisory roles for multi-billion-dollar projects across the country. Yes, he just testified before Congress about oil and gas like a month or two ago. So I want everyone to hear me when I say this, and I'm going to say it clear. Okay. No, they did not like what he said. Correct, Jeff. But I'm going to be clear about this. When I am going to relay and rely upon oil and gas information, it is going to come from Mr. Global, and I'm not going to add anything to it that's not already with it. Uncle Essex, I'm sorry if that upset you and you felt the need to drop from the panel. Like I said, I'm not negating your experience or whatever. What I'm saying though is that is the globally recognized expert whose information I'm going to rely on and share. And that's what I'm going to do. Holy jeez. What's up, Natalie? Yeah. Holy jeez, that was a lot, right? All right, making magic.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, what's up? What would you like to share?
Well, I had an idea that I wanted to run past you, and you are my go-to, just like you, Mr. Global, is your go-to for certain things. You are my go-to. So I've been thinking about this all day, about how I would like to see more Americans not necessarily run for office, but be more involved in the process.
Mm-hmm.
What about having two people from both sides, so it's equal, represent the people's idea, sort of like Project for the People, to go and listen to, like, go to Washington.
Can you turn your TV down in the background for me?
Yeah, you know what? Hold on, let me shut the door. Is that better? Okay.
Yeah.
So just it's not having it be like a state representative, but we take the ideas and the concerns to the congressman, because we all know how hard it is to even have a discussion with you. Some representatives are good, some not saying that, but to go to Washington and voice our concerns and say, hey, you know, we're concerned about this bill. We need to go through it. This is the concerns of the constituents of, you know, whatever it is. And it's just getting our word up to the main source. I don't know how we could do this. I don't know what it would be called. But I'm just like, there has to be more of our representation, not just voting for a person.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, what you're describing are simply lobbyists, right? And there are lobbyists that work on behalf of different organizations for different people for different issues. And my thought process around this is that unless that lobbying comes with finances, I've not seen it to be productive and or as effective as people. So to me, having representatives go to Congress will make people even less involved in the process, because they will think that somebody else is going to do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. And
it's just a crazy thought I had.
No, I mean, all thoughts are valid, but I think that when people feel like, oh, somebody else is going to do it for me, then they feel like they don't have to do it. And I think it's that type of mentality that has played a role into how we got where we are right now in this time, right?
Right.
Yeah. And so that's why I think that it's not that it's a crazy idea. It's that I think that people have to be encouraged to remain involved and stay involved as much as possible on every level possible. And the numbers matter, right?
You've always said that numbers matter.
The numbers matter. Yeah, the numbers matter because, and this is one of the reasons why, like, I track and I do the map for Project for the People, is because, like, it matters. I don't care if it's one person in every county. There's 3,100 counties in this country, and we now have people in almost 20% of those counties. That's a powerful thing to be able to say, right? And to know that we have more than one person in each of those counties is fantastic, because we do for the vast majority of them. And so it's when you can, and this is why. So one of the things that we're doing next, and I don't know if you were in the Project for the People meeting or not, but so, like, one of the things that we're doing is I'm scheduling the first one in a couple of weeks. So we're going to have regional meetings. So, for example, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. All of you all are going to have one particular Project for the People meeting, right? Where we will talk about things specific to those states, where we will identify, like, state captains who can organize and get together and facilitate. And then you become really powerful, right? When you collectively organize and you get the petitions from all of those states, and all of a sudden, you know, if in North Carolina, we have people in over 35 counties, which we do, right? That's more than 1/3 of that state's counties. That's also a battleground Senate seat, right? That gives you leverage for conversation and for getting your initiative through to those people. And then people who are like, okay, well, I'm on the border of North Carolina and Virginia. I'm on the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. I'm on the border of North Carolina and South Carolina. I'm on the border of South Carolina and Georgia, right? Whatever those are. And then people can actually collaborate together and be working the same initiatives at the same times, and then making a larger impact. Like, that's the goal, right? So another group is like Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri, right? And so, like, yeah, so that's the idea. But rather than just having two people carry the message forward, is being able to say, listen, collectively, because can you imagine if everybody, I think North Carolina, and I'm just going to kind of like throw numbers around right now because I don't have my shit in front of me. But North Carolina, I want to say y'all got like 70 people in there, right? Y'all, that's the opportunity for a minimum of 7,000 signatures for SB 2471 to be done in North Carolina. Now you're starting to talk about numbers that are newsworthy, and where politicians have to explain why they are or they are not listening to you. And you know what I mean? And so that's the idea, is leveraging the power of the people collectively together.
Yeah. Our state has, if Mike Rogers gets it back into the Senate, my state is so screwed. The state is so screwed.
And so this is what I'm saying. This is why we have to be about that life. So if you don't know what I'm talking about with Project for the People, let me ask this question really quickly. If you are not familiar with Project for the People, please put a 1 in the chat for me. That will help me kind of do a little temperature check for all of you guys that are in here. If you don't know what Project for the People is, put a 1 in. Okay, so I got several of you. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm going to give a brief rundown. Appreciate you making magic. 100%. We got this. Okay, so listen, folks. So here's the deal. Project for the People came about because all I kept hearing from people was, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What can we do about where we are? And I didn't see an answer coming from the Democratic Party. I didn't see an answer coming from Progressive. I just didn't see an answer. So I sat down and I took the Heritage Foundation's playbook, Project 2025 and Project Esther, and I just looked at how they wrote their plans. Because whether you like what their plans are about or not, they get shit done, right? And so I began to write a playbook called Project for the People. And it is focused on what I would define as a progressive populist agenda. Progressive meaning, how do we move forward together, right? With initiatives and policy and legislation that works for the majority of working class people. And then populist, that's that other working class part. It's the majority of people. So when I think progressive, that's what I think of. Okay. I don't get into the far left, the liberal, the this, the that. Like, oh my God, I hate labels. So can we just move the fuck forward together? And it's based on three things. One, getting serious about winning elections. And when I say get serious about winning elections, it's built on data. So what I did was I analyzed the election data of 12 states across the country because those 12 states had margins of 10% or less in 2024. And then I looked at every county in each of those 12 states. And if that county had margins of 10% or less for the majority of the last 5 years worth of federal elections, then they made my list. And I'm going to give you an example as to what that looks like. Once they made my list, I then identified how many of those people voted third party, how many of them were registered to vote and they didn't vote at all, and then what House districts they have in common, because that's how you build power and you actually flip something and make it move. And so in Michigan, I'm going to use Michigan as an example. This is what that would look like. Okay, so in Michigan, Democrats lost the presidential election in Michigan by 80,000 votes. Michigan has 83 counties. Out of those 83 counties, 16 of them had margins of 10% or less for the majority of the last 5 years worth of federal elections. Okay, if you look at those 16 counties only, okay, 47,000 people voted third party. That is 53% of the deficit. Okay, and 1.1 million people were registered to vote and didn't vote in just those 16 counties. So if progressives wanted to get really serious about winning elections in Michigan, you better talk to those 16 fucking counties. And you need to talk to them about the issues that matter. Okay, those issues are built on 4 pillars of policy: healthcare, education, housing, and economic mobility. Okay, and then this is the second part of Project for the People, is you start having conversation in your community that build connection on those issues. And so what I did to facilitate that is, if you heard Be Action at the beginning of my live, she was asking about this Google Drive that I put together. So for those of y'all, if you've never heard about Project for the People, do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat. Or actually, I don't need a 1. Here's what I would like. Give me a state and that state's congressional district, please. Any state and any congressional district, please, from one of you guys.
So when you were doing Michigan, I live in Livingston County, which is a very red county.
Mm-hmm.
Where can I find the numbers that you were talking about?
Give me 1 second. Hold on. North Carolina 3 and South Carolina 4. Give me 1 sec. Making magic. So you will not find my spreadsheet. That is the one thing that I haven't given people access to because it's too easy to fuck up the numbers. But the graphics are in there. So give me 1 second. So let me show y'all. So this is what my Google Drive looks like. All right. So watch this. I'm going to do North Carolina 3. And I can give you English or Spanish, but this is English. And I can show you that in North Carolina 3, 39,000 children and adults are projected to lose their North Carolina Medicaid because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. I can show you that 26,000 children and adults are predicted to lose some or all of their SNAP. I can show you that in that same district, another 34,000 will also lose their health insurance because the premium is expired, right? The tax premium is expired. So I created these graphics for every single state in the country and every congressional district in the country in English and in Spanish. And then I also did other graphics as well. So for example, I've done data center graphics that show you by congressional district how many data centers are operating in your state and in that congressional district, how many are planned, operational, or under construction. I've also given you your voter registration deadlines, your poverty levels. They are all in here. And so the idea is we meet every other Thursday. And so the idea is to give people access to this information so that you will have conversations with the people in your life and in your community, whether you are knocking doors, whether you are putting up flyers at your community centers, your public libraries, your college campuses, whether you are knocking doors in your neighborhood and just saying, hey, here's some information about our congressional district for you to have, and you just leave it at that. There is also in here a sources folder. The link to every graphic, every graphic has the source listed on it. The link to all of those sources are in this Google Drive as well, right? So in addition to all of those things, right? There are nationwide resources. So if you want to know what percentage of the adults that are working age that are on Medicaid are in your state, it's in your state. It's in there. So all of these are things that I have built and put together for people so that you can have information easily and readily available at your fingertips to share with people in your community, right? So whether that's at gas stations and coffee shops and grocery stores, talk to organizers after protests, absolutely. This is the way that you stay connected together. And so like in this Google Drive, the third folder, there's actually a map so that you can see how many of us there are. We are in 48 states and in over 525 counties. And there's an Excel spreadsheet with the first names, the email addresses, the counties, and the states of everybody that has registered. So why? So that you all can collectively work together. So in Maricopa County, there are 15 of you. 15 of you in Arizona, in Maricopa County, could get together and collectively go out and get petitions signed, or go out door knocking, or go to different festivals or events and hand out information, right? Easily done. If I look at, if you're in Duval County in Florida, there's 5 of you. I'm just scrolling down through here, grabbing whatever sticks out at me. Prince George's County, Maryland, there's 7 of you. If I look Hennepin County, Minnesota, there's 6 of you. I can literally keep going, right? And Quagga County, Ohio, there's 12 of you. Franklin County, Ohio, right? So that's Columbus area. Franklin County, Ohio, there's 12 of you. There's all of these. And so you can now get connected together. And so the next part of this, the purpose. Y'all, I'm not doing every congressional district. Listen, if you want access to the information, you can scan the QR code that's on the screen, or you can go to makingamericatruly.great.com. That's what you can do. Makingamericatruly.great.com. That's the URL. Now, here's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to operate with integrity. Don't remove my watermarks, damn it, because you didn't do all the work. That's number 1. Number 2, don't share the Google Drive. Share the information in the Google Drive, but you can share the domain name. You can share the website, makingamericatruly.great.com, so that other people can sign up. And the reason why is I track so that I can connect people together, because numbers are powerful. And so I need to be able to demonstrate how many people are participating in what we've got going on. We're in 4 months, we're approaching like 1,500 people. And like I said, 48 states across the country. But the goal is this. So you get serious about winning elections. What's up, Carl? To get people connected in their communities with accurate information that actually matters, having conversations that give real information, right? That give, I don't know, things that are meaningful to people. And then you articulate what we're able to do when progressives have the majority. Yeah. I don't know what you mean when you say you tried several weeks ago and you were unsuccessful. I don't know what that means, because the emails are automated. Glowworm. So here's the thing, folks. The last thing that this is a part of is government accountability and what that looks like. So there's a 2.5-year plan that I've articulated as to what can be done when progressives have the majority in the House and in the Senate. Number 1, you reverse engineer the one big beautiful bill using budget reconciliation. That is the same mechanism that they utilize to strip all this stuff away from us. And you can just reverse engineer it and get it all back. When you have a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate, you can have that completed. Somebody just signed up now. I just got the notification. You can have that reverse engineered and passed and done and on the books in less than a year from now, in 10 months. You can literally keep thousands of people from losing their Medicaid and their SNAP benefits. That's number 1. Number 2, you can have the 10-year requirement for the ERA for constitutional amendments ended so that the ERA gets added to the Constitution. That's 2, right? 3, you can begin the process of government accountability. What does that mean? That means you start impeaching and removing and even prosecuting some of the folks that we know have violated law and violated their oath of office, right? So those would be folks like Kristi Noem and Todd Blanche and Emil Bovee and RFK Jr. and Linda McMahon and all of those individuals, right? There's a whole list of them. And so, in my opinion, you go for the low hanging fruit, right? Hegseth, all of those things, right? Are you spelling it correctly? Because it's making, MAKING, making America truly great.com. Okay. Next. And then, so that's the second half of 2027. Now, at the same time, you continue to get incredible new progressive candidates to primary establishment Democrats come 2028. If you are someone that is in office, I don't give a shit what party you belong to, and you are putting your religion, another country, or a corporation before the best interest of the American people, you deserve to get voted out. Now, what does that mean? That means I want you to vote for the people that make your heart fucking sing in the primaries. If your candidate doesn't beat the establishment Democrat in the primaries, in the general election, you vote for the Dem that currently exists. Until the next time you can primary them and defeat them, because we need to keep the Democratic majority, not because I belong to the Democratic Party, because I don't, but because that is the closest step to getting the country that I desire. This is the fastest path to getting us on track. The same way that the Tea Party took over MAGA, over the Republican Party, is the same way that progressives need to take over the Democratic Party. I see you guys signing up, okay? Now, you go into 2028 primarying those establishment Dems. Some of them you beat, some of them you don't, right? Some of them you beat, some of them you don't, and that's okay. We vote for whoever the Dem that can win is in the general election. And then in 2028, you do something that I call you Mitch McConnell those motherfuckers. Do you know what that means? That means in 2028, while you have the majority in the House and in the Senate, you expand the Supreme Court. 13 justices, one for every circuit, the way that it was intended to be. You also introduce term limits for federally appointed judges and the Supreme Court, 12 years. You also take SB 2471, which is Hawaii's bill that nullifies Citizens United and gets corporate money out of politics, and you introduce a federal version of that. You also get the Disclose Act passed. The Disclose Act was first introduced in 2010 following Citizens United, so that they have to disclose who are the people that are funding all of this dark money, right? These are the things that we do. And if you do that in 2028 and you stay on your business and you do not let up and you keep organizing and you keep having conversations and you keep building community with the people that are around you, when you go into 2029, you not only still have a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate, you also have a progressive president. And you have 4 seats on the Supreme Court that need to be filled, and potentially 2 more when you impeach and remove Alito and Thomas. So now you have a 13-seat court with 4 to 6 seats available and the ability to appoint them. And then you begin to shore up when you close all the fucking loopholes that this administration has exploited. Thank you for writing a 900-page playbook so that we can then use that playbook to close the loopholes that have been exploited. Thank you. And now we're going to fully fund education. And we're going to equitably roll out those funds and oversee the implementation of that funding, which is a place that we have lacked. We're going to invest in our children. Why? Because we understand that children are the future. Exactly. We make it destruction proof for the future. No, that's not the big question. See, you're missing the big picture. In why? When you say, are these politicians on board for all of this? You're asking the wrong question. You're asking the wrong question. They will either get the fuck on board or they will get voted out. I don't give a good damn if they're on board. They can either get on board or they will get voted out. And that is what is happening right now. And they know it. That is why you see more Democrats than ever talking about, I'm not taking corporate back money. I'm not taking APEC money. I'm not taking whatever. It's not up to them. It's up to the people. It is up to the people. I said this earlier and I'm going to say it again. They want you to think that there's nothing you can do so that you will do nothing. and they will get away with everything. They want you to believe there's nothing you can do so that you will do nothing, and they get away with everything. So that is what Project for the People is.
Yeah, because Haley Stevens here in Michigan took $40 million from APIC money.
Yeah, listen,
And
that's
I'm
not even the worst part about Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens for me is, that's a Danny quote, Christine. That is a Danny quote. I mean, the thing about it, I mean, I don't know if anybody understands. So Haley Stevens for me was her own speech. When Haley Stevens gave her speech and she said, Israel comes to me in my dreams. And she was damn near in tears. And she said, Israel comes to me in my dreams. And I will always fight for Israel. Listen, when I see a member of Congress that speaks that passionately about a foreign government more than they speak about their own people, I got a fucking problem with you.
Yeah.
I do. I got a problem with you. And that's any of them.
Yeah, she's like, I try not to put our, representatives and stuff on pedestals, but, Abdul El-Sayed is such a progressive, and he has not taken PAC money. He's the right choice for Michigan at this time.
Yeah, and I don't put him on a pedestal. I mean, he just is the right choice.
I don't either. I mean, I can tell you faults that I have with him. I can tell you, but at this moment, at this time, I think he's just the right choice.
So listen, I'm going to play a clip for you guys. This is Haley Stevens. That is Haley Stevens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
all
just,
I can say is,
listen, I feel the same way about her as I do Rafael Cruz. Y'all do know Ted's name is Rafael, right? I refuse to call him by that damn white supremacist Ted ass. I'm not calling you Ted. Your name is Rafael, Ninja, and you need to be reminded every damn day. Your name is Rafael. Rafael. That's your name. And you need to be reminded every chance you get. But that's his name. And when he says, I joined Congress because I want to be the Senate, the Israel's like most staunch senator. Like, it's crazy to me. You joined Congress for Israel? What the fuck does that even mean? Yeah, I know Big Gretch endorsed Stevens. Listen, okay, so can I just be transparent with y'all for a second? Okay, so listen, up until 2026, I had been invited to Michigan and to their Democratic Rural Caucus. And I had done some workshops kind of like this, where I talk about like how to have conversations with people and da 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 da. And I've done it 2 years in a row. This is the first year that I did not get that invitation after being told last year that they definitely wanted me to come back. And this is also the first in the last year is when I have become very, very vocal about being pro-Palestine and a very staunch anti-genocide, anti-Israel individual. And so there was no communication about it. It just didn't happen. I don't know that that's the reason. All I know is that's the only damn thing that changed. So whatever. I don't care. This is why I'm telling y'all, when it comes to foreign policy, the issue isn't just on the Republican side of the House. Democrats and Republicans have an issue when it comes to Israel. And that's just a fucking fact. So
it's like they can't let go. They just can't let go.
Well, that's because it's tied to ideology and it's tied to faith. And so like, I'm just telling you, I'm going to say this and I'm serious when I say this, folks. I'm not apologetic about it. And I can't be. I understand that voting for Democrats and progressives is the pathway forward. That doesn't mean that all Dems get a free fucking pass. That's not what it means. It can't mean that. Now, really quickly, let me also ask this, folks, because some of y'all been with me for a long time. Some of you guys are new, and I'm very, very grateful for the new people. Okay. Very grateful for the new people. Because I saw, and the reason I'm asking this is because appreciate you, Jazz. Somebody said you don't understand the love that America has for Israel. And I think it's important that people understand. And I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. This will kind of help. Okay. How many of you all are not familiar with, if I'm going to say a couple of things, and if these are things that you're not familiar with, please put a 1 in the chat. Okay. Please put a 1 in the chat. If you are not familiar with Sykes-Picot agreement, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not familiar with Sykes-Picot agreement, put a 1 in the chat. If you are not familiar with the Balfour Declaration, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not familiar with Herzl, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not familiar with the League of Conventions, Article 22, governing Palestine, put a 1 in the chat. If you are not familiar with the British mandate over Palestine and its withdrawal in 1948, put a 1 in the chat. Fucking A, man. If you're not familiar with the Nakba that occurred in 1948, put a 1 in the chat.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about them, but I haven't dug deep.
Okay.
I've heard you discuss them on your panels, but I haven't
done
my due diligence to research.
Okay. So how about this? We'll walk. You've learned it from me. Love that. Thanks. Okay. So we're going to walk through and we're going to do a little history class. Okay. Y'all ready? Feel free to take notes. Feel free to take notes if you would like, because we're going to kind of go through the things. Okay. Okay. So, in order for me to do this, I'm going to start. Where do I want to start? Okay. So also don't let me forget, you guys, don't let me forget that I'm going to talk about 1933, the Havara Agreement too. Okay. Yeah, Jamie, I was wondering if I was going to start at 15 or if I was going to go back to the end of the 1800s. Yeah, this is a great time to clip some videos. So the Balfour Declaration, see, note, is actually not the beginning. I think you start a year earlier than that, and you start with Sykes-Picot. If you want to really have the conversation, you start with Sykes-Picot. So Sykes-Picot is SYKES-Picot, P-I-C-O-T. Okay, so Sykes-Picot is an agreement, and it was a very secretive agreement. Okay, and this agreement was with none other than the Brits and individuals that are in the Middle East, in Egypt, and so forth. And there's this deal that is struck with the Brits and the Arab nations, and they say, and France. Yes, the Brits, France, and the Muslim, the Arab nations around. Okay. And yep, send that, Sykes-Picot. And the agreement is, hey, listen, because you got to remember, y'all, at this time, they're in the middle of World War I. 1914, World War I has started. So by the time we get to 1915, 1916, right, this thing is dragging on. And so the British and the French are trying to figure out what are we going to do, and when we need to overturn them, we need to beat the Ottoman Empire. And so they struck a deal with the Arab nations, and they said, listen, if you'll kind of help us and you'll uprise and revolt against the Ottoman Empire, We will respect your sovereignty and even help you uphold your independence. Okay? That was the deal. You do this, we'll do that. Let me make sure. I want to see if there's anything else. So let me give you, I'm just going to kind of read it to you from this. So it was a convention during World War I between Great Britain and France, and Russia agreed. And it was the dismemberment. You know, they love to separate and divvy up shit that don't really belong to them. Hence the scramble for Africa, but I digress. And so Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and Palestine were divided up into various French and British areas. And the negotiations started in 1915, okay? And the chief negotiators from Britain and France were Sir Mark Sykes and Francis, I don't know if he said how he says George's, whatever, Pico. And so that's what happened. Okay. Right. Just still shit. So that was Sykes-Picot. Now, another thing that's also happened, and Jeff, did you want to add anything to that? Or no?
Just that both Russia and Italy did agree. And that, like you were saying, is basically essentially they took what used to be the Ottoman Empire, which is, for those of you that aren't versed in ancient history, is like the area around Turkey leading to the Mediterranean and most of the areas around Turkey in the Middle East, the Levant region. And basically the global powers that were coming out of World War I separated that region of the globe into 3 equal parts, or relatively equal parts, under the jurisdiction of the superpowers of the UK, France, and Russia. And they split it up in such a way so that they would all have equal access to both the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean for trading and for access to oil reserves and that kind of various global trade things that they were looking at that was becoming more prominent at the time, coming out of the rebuilding from World War I.
Yep. Love that. Thanks. And then by the time, so that's 1916 that's finalized. And then the Brits make another deal behind the backs of other folks, and it's called the Balfour Declaration. So this is 1917. So November 2nd, 1917, a public statement was issued by Lord Balfour. Okay. And basically what he says, and this is important because he says it to a guy by the name of Lord Rothschild. So if you're not familiar with Lord Rothschild, that would be the Rothschilds of the banking Rothschilds people. Okay. And so what had happened prior to the Balfour Declaration being issued is that the Zionist Federation had appealed to the British government, and they were asking for the British government to help them establish a national home for the Jewish people. And they requested that it be this time specifically in Palestine. Now, what's important to note, if you do not know this, there were other places considered prior to this. So there were plans to establish Israel, what is now Israel today. There were plans to establish this national home for Jewish people in Kenya. There were plans to do it in Argentina. There were plans to do it in part of New York City. I believe even New Zealand. Like there's a lot of different places prior to Palestine that they considered creating this national home for Jews. Why is that important? Because it specifically undermines this idea that it's about them returning to their homeland. Because like shit, y'all thought about New York, you thought about Argentina, you thought about Kenya, like you thought about a lot of different places before you settled on Palestine, right? So it's not about this return to your homeland. The other reason it's not about that is because you're Ashkenazi Jews, you're from Europe. These are literally European Jews from the Zionist Federation. And the reason I'm saying that is because the document says it. Okay? It's because the document says it. So I'm going to read to you what the document actually says. Okay? The document says, "Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet." So it's important to know the people that requested for this to be established were the Zionist Jews. Not all Jewish people, but Jewish Zionists specifically. Okay. And it says His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. Now that's also important because it actually told you it's going to be in Palestine. So when people say Palestine didn't exist, well, damn it, it did. They literally said in Palestine, didn't they? Never mind the fact that it goes back thousands of years, but whatever, man. Listen, they literally said, we're going to establish this. We're going to help you establish this in Palestine. Okay. And then it says this, and we'll use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of the existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. In other words, you can't go there and we won't infringe upon the rights of the Muslim Arabs that already live there and the Christian Arabs that already live there and the Jewish Arabs that already live there in Palestine. Nothing can be done to infringe upon their rights, not their civil rights, not their religious rights. Okay. Or, and then it goes on to say, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. In other words, just because we're going to help you establish a national home for Jews in Palestine doesn't mean that you can infringe upon the rights or the political status of Jews that are everywhere else in the world. Okay. And then it says, and then he finishes this by saying, I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Now that's clearly who this is behind this, guys. It's clearly the Zionist Federation. So when people tell you, oh, this isn't about Zionism, it is. Because it specifically says in the Balfour Declaration that it is Jewish Zionists and it is the Zionist Federation. Please go let them know that we have agreed. And at that time, Lord Rothschild was one of the leaders of the Zionist Federation. If you really want to go down like some roads, go look at the World Zionist Congress. Go look at who the Zionist Federation is. I'll go look at the people that belong to the World Zionist Congress today. They literally have their own constitution and a bunch of other things, but that's not what we're talking about. We're going to go history. So 1915, the Brits, the French, Russia, everybody just says we're going to divide up the Ottoman Empire and then make a deal with the Arab nations in the Ottoman Empire of how it's going to be divided. But then the Brits go behind everybody's back in the Sykes-Picot Agreement and then make another agreement with the Zionist Federation to help establish this national home for Jewish people in Palestine. Okay. So that's 1917. Now, other things that are important, and I'm going to just do a little side pivot real quick. Understand that in 1917, World War I has been going on for a really long time. And guess who's not currently part of World War I? Us, the United States of America. We're not. Guess who also has a shit ton of government loans from the Rothschilds? Us. Us. So the Rothschilds and their banking system made a great buck with government loans, right? To the Brits, to the US, to whoever. That's how we got our railroads in the country. That's actually where like the first section of the New York City subway comes from. So the reason why I got there is I went into this deep dive in the Rothschilds archives. If you've never been on that website, it's a treasure trove of documents and information, and they're very proud of their accomplishments. But one of the things that I found was that we were massively in debt when it comes to the Rothschilds and the banking system, and the Rothschilds were heavily part of the Zionist Federation. So it would make sense, because what happened shortly after this is we joined World War I. And the Brits needed that help because they were having problems with the empire. So everybody was. They needed that shit to end. But anyway, so we did. Literally like April of 1918, we joined World War I with them, right? Yep, the Rothschilds is how we have our modern treasury bond borrowing system. I love having Jeff in here to help get it. Okay, so listen. So next, and I'm not going to bring the Schofield Bible into it, but we could do that another day. So fast forward to 1922. Fast forward to 1922, and we have the League of Nations. And the League of Nations then determines what are we going to do and how are we going to help these other countries or these other countries now that World War I is over, and some of them have the infrastructure and the ability to kind of stand on their own 2 feet and be like modern governments, and some of them don't, right? So that's where you get the British mandate. And the British mandate basically said, we're gonna make Great Britain the big brother for Palestine. And because you're a baby and you don't have the infrastructure and you don't have the government, and you don't have the ability to function as a modern society. So look at us, because we've already done that, right? We're gonna help establish that. Okay. So we get the British mandate, and unbeknownst to the folks of Palestine, the Brits have made this agreement with the Zionist Federation. Okay. Now this is how I articulate. So can you imagine the Brits show up to Palestine as the big brother that's supposed to help them kind of get themselves established and become this modern functioning society. But what they don't tell the Palestinians is we're bringing our friends. We're going to bring our friends, and we've promised them that they can have part of your land. So the way that I illustrate this is, let's just imagine that you have a house, and your house has like outdated plumbing and outdated HVAC, and it's not up to code, and like it's from before the Brady Bunch era. And I say to you, listen, I'm a contractor. I've built massive homes. Just look at my amazing home. I have all the resources. I can come to your house, and I can help you get your house built up and help your house come up to code and have all the modern functioning. And I say, oh, cool. That's amazing. Really? Fantastic. But what you don't tell me is that you're bringing your friends with you. And when you bring your friends, you've told your friends they can have this part of my house, right? And so you've told your friends you can have this bedroom, that half bath, and this part of the kitchen, but that's all you can have, and you can't mess with the rest of her house. But then when your friends show up, they begin to go, you know what? I think I want that second bedroom over there. And well, damn it, I need this part of the kitchen too. And so your friends begin to take over my house, right? Even though that's not what was originally agreed upon, until eventually you are confined to your bedroom of your house, right? And there are armed guards outside your door in your bedroom that determine if you can leave your bedroom, if you can get food in, if you can get food out, if you get access to medication and doctors, all the way down to your calories. Those armed people sit outside your door. That is literally what happens in Palestine, in Gaza. Okay. So if at any point in time you manage to MacGyver a way to attack the guards outside your door so that you can get to the kitchen or whatever, are you wrong? My answer is no. I don't believe that you are wrong, because it's your fucking house to start with. And that is Gaza. Okay? That's how we got here. That's literally where we are right now. Okay? So here's what's crazy, and I'm going to show you all this document. So there's a document that is in my link tree that you can read, but it's a really important one that I believe every American should have to read, because it was just declassified in 2018, and it's important. It's a draft memorandum between the director of the UN Affairs, Rusk, and the Undersecretary of State, Leavitt. And this document was originally a secret document that was declassified in 2018. And I'm just going to show it to you really quickly so that you can see it. This is on the Office of the Historian. This is our government website, right? I feel like this is blurry, y'all. Hold on. There, that's better, right? And so here's what it says. The refusal of the Jewish Agency last night to agree to our proposal for on-the-spot truce negotiations in Palestine on the grounds that they could not accept the moral obligation to undertake such conversation rather clearly reveals the intention of the Jews to go steadily ahead with the Jewish separate state by force of arms. While it is possible that Arab acceptance of our proposal might place the Jewish agency in such a position via public opinion, they would have to go through the motions of looking for a truce. It seems clear that in light of the Jewish military superiority, which now is in Palestine, the Jewish agency will prefer to round out its state after May 15th, because that's when the Brits withdraw, and rely on its armed strength to defend that state from Arab counterattack. So I want you all to be clear that the attack from the Arabs is a counterattack because the Jewish folks were already attacking and refused to have a truce because they wanted more land. This is the part that I want you to hear. Military operations after May 15th will probably be undertaken by the Haganah with the assistance of the Jewish terrorist organizations Ergen and Stern. These are now your modern day IDF. Haganah, Ergen, and Stern. And then the general had sent reports ahead of time. And that general said, listen, if these predictions come true, right, then the UN will have a very anomalous situation. The Jews will be the actual aggressors against the Arabs. However, the Jews will claim that they were merely defending the boundaries of a state, which are traced by the UN and approved, at least in principle, by 2/3 of the UN membership. The question which will confront the Security Council in scarcely 10 days' time will be whether Jewish armed attack on Arab communities in Palestine is legitimate, or whether it constitutes such a threat to international peace and security as to call for coercive measures by the Security Council. And then it just tells you, listen, the Jews will use every means to obscure the fact that it is their own armed aggression against the Arabs inside Palestine that's the cause of the Arab counterattack. That is not my opinion. That is a historical document. This document is dated May 4th, 1948. The Brits were withdrawing from Palestine May 15th, 1948. And after they withdrew from Palestine, Israel began to commit what is now known as the Nakba, where 750,000 people in Palestine were displaced or unalived, or a combination of the above. Yeah, all of this is in my link tree, and my link tree is in my bio. So, folks, and I need to just to also give you a little bit of information. Hamas was not founded until 1988, after 40 years of attacks from Israel. Hezbollah was not founded until 1982. After attacks from Israel. The West Bank, where Israeli settlers and the IDF are daily attacking and ravaging Palestinians right now, does not have Hamas. Hamas is not in the West Bank. Hamas is in Gaza, not the West Bank. So when Israel says anything about the West Bank, understand that that is not Hamas, that is the Palestinian Authority. It is very simple. I can show you video right now of Ben Gvir, who is the extreme right-wing national security leader in Israel, walking the streets saying there will be no Arabs in Gaza. Israel will win, and literally saying all of them must be killed. He calls outright for genocide. This is not Danny Cook's opinion. These are the words of their leadership. These are facts, not my opinion. I have a problem with anybody's religion or ideology supporting, facilitating, and encouraging a genocide. And I have a problem with the United States of America committing war crimes by financing it. So last but not least, how many of you all have ever heard the 2007 interview with former President Jimmy Carter talking about Israel as an apartheid state. How many, if you've never heard it, please put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you've never heard it, because I'm going to play it for you. And then I want you to go look up Rachel Corrie, who is an American citizen that was run over by a bulldozer by the IDF because she was standing unarmed in front of a Palestinian's home. Go look up Rachel Corrie. Don't get me started. Don't get me started talking about how many U.S. citizens have been killed by the Israeli government. Don't get me start talking about the 1967 USS Liberty. Don't get me talking about that. You don't want, if you're not ready to have that conversation, you just don't know. All right, so here we go. I am going to, whoops. He said the word apartheid is, and I'm going to share my screen. This is former President Jimmy Carter. This is in a 2000 interview with Democracy Now!, where he is specifically being asked about about Israel and if the word apartheid is the appropriate word to describe them.
Is exactly accurate. The word apartheid is exactly accurate. You know, this is an area that's occupied by two powers. They're now completely separated. The Palestinians can't even ride on the same roads that the Israelis have created or built in Palestinian territory. The Israelis never see a Palestinian except the Israeli soldiers. The Palestinians never see an Israeli except at a distance, except the Israeli soldiers. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated, much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way.
He said much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. That is the former president of the United States saying that Israel is more of an apartheid state than South Africa.
And the other thing is, the other definition of apartheid is one side dominates the other. And the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
Americans don't want to know. And many Israelis don't want to know what is going on inside Palestine. It's a terrible human rights persecution that far transcends what any outsider would imagine. And there are powerful political forces in America that prevents any objective analysis of the problem in the Holy Land. I think it's accurate to say that not a single member of Congress with whom I'm familiar would possibly speak out and call for Israel to withdraw to their legal boundaries or to publicize the plight of the Palestinians, or even to call publicly and repeatedly for good faith peace talks. There hadn't been a day of peace talks now in more than 7 years. So this is a taboo subject, and I would say that if any member of Congress did speak out, as I've just described, they would probably not be back into Congress the next term.
So he is telling you that if any member of Congress spoke out and called for Israel to end its illegal occupation in Gaza and the West Bank, that those members of Congress would not be back in Congress the next term. I would remind you, where's Marjorie Taylor Greene? Where's Thomas Massie about to be? All you have to do is Google Jimmy Carter, Democracy Now! 2007. It's there. It's all over the internet. So he goes on, and now he's going to talk about AIPAC. Now, I'm going to tell you the only issue that I have with what he's about to say. He says that AIPAC is doing its quote unquote perfectly legitimate task as a lobbying. I don't believe that to be true. I believe that AIPAC should be registered as a foreign lobby. So that is the one thing that I disagree with him on. And I believe that I disagree with him on that because he also is a Christian Zionist, right? Right, legal and legitimate. So you are correct, Jeff. There is a difference between legal and legitimate. So I will give you that. That's true. I don't believe that it's legal. I don't believe it's legal, and I don't believe that it's legitimate. Because if it ain't legal, it can't be legitimate. But I get you. So listen to the rest of this.
Who are these forces that you're talking about?
Well, there's an inherent commitment in America, which I share as a Christian, of a deep commitment to make sure that Israel is safe and that Israel is free, and that they can seek for peace. So there's a strong inclination for all of us to support Israel's continued existence in peace. And that is added on to by the very effective work of the American-Israeli group called AIPAC, which is performing its completely legitimate task of convincing Americans to support the policies of the Israeli government. And AIPAC is not dedicated to peace. They're dedicated to inducing the maximum support in America, in the White House, in the Congress, and in the public media for whatever policies the Israeli government has at a particular time, and they're extremely effective.
Do you agree with Walton Mearsheimer, their new book, The Israel Lobby, about the power of AIPAC determining U.S. foreign policy? I
have to say I haven't read the book. I've read stories about it. I don't really know about the details of it, but I do know that AIPAC is very powerful and completely legitimate. I'm not complaining because that's their purpose in life, and AIPAC, I think, was organized in the distant past, I think, when Eisenhower was president, and they've grown in influence, and in some ways they are to be admired.
Did they influence you as president?
Not really, because I was immune from those pressures. When I was elected president, you know, I came out of nowhere. Nobody thought I was going to win until the last minute, and so I wasn't obligated to them. And I worked assiduously almost every day of my term as president to bring peace to Israel, and also peace to Israel's neighbors. And we negotiated a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, not a word of which has ever been violated. So I don't think there was any doubt that that my commitment then and now was to see Israel have peace, living in harmony with its neighbors, and justice as well, and peace for Israel's neighbors.
President Carter, when did you come to understand through your presidency and
So I'm going to stop it right there. I just want to remind you all really quickly about a couple of things. This interview is in 2007. That is 19 years ago. And it's just as true today, if not more so, the things that President Carter is saying. He talks about his organization being in Palestine during the elections, all of the elections that have been held in Palestine, and the Palestinian Authority, also when Hamas won and took over. And so I think it's really important for people to understand Hamas. Listen, Hamas, there's different sides to Hamas, the same way there's different sides to our government. There's Hamas that runs the government, and then there's the Hamas that is the military resistance, right? And I'm going to call them the resistance. I don't give a fuck what you call them, because I promise you that if somebody came into your land and did to you what Israel has done to Palestine, you would call yourself the resistance as well. So I'm just going to be very direct about that. Hey, Wilma, good to see you. So it's just the place where I land, and I'm not going to mince my words about that. So here's the biggest thing. There was so much of this I did not know a year ago. 1 year ago, y'all, there was so much of this I didn't know. I was born and raised Southern Baptist, neck deep in church. I was raised and taught Israel, the Israelis are the chosen people, and all of the stuff. You name it, I was taught it. It's how I was raised. And a year ago, I met some Palestinian Americans, and I met Palestinians that are actually in Gaza. And then I started reading the documents that we're talking about now and tying together the historical timeline of things. And then I interviewed Dr. Mimi, who is an emergency room physician that did 2 mission trips over there and was in the hospital. She kept a log of all of her patients. She kept a log of all of her patients. 86% of her children, 86% of her patients were children in Gaza. 86. And she talked about the large number of them that had wounds specifically to their headshots or their chest shots or to their groin if they were boys. The reason why you can't make me believe any different is because I've read the facts, I've read historical documents, I've spoken with physicians and nurses and members of the press who live there. I have Palestinian friends right now that are in tents, that are fighting off rats and insects and things like that, who don't have the ability to earn a living, much less buy the things that they need. And because of that, you can't tell me anything different. I don't give a fuck how much Hasbara and Israeli propaganda you recite. I will not believe you. I won't believe you because I know better. And now that I know better, I can't unlearn what I know. I can't unlearn it. And I don't want to unlearn it. And so my responsibility is to share that information with as many people as I possibly can, because I really do believe that if more people knew and understood the information that I know and understand, there would be very little support for Israel. And I think that that's growing. And what I'm going to say very clearly is your religion has no place in my government. Your God has no place in my government. Your faith, your ideology, it doesn't. And I don't care if you believe Israelis are the chosen people or not. I give 0 fucks. I don't care, because you're allowed to believe that, but you're not allowed, and my government's not allowed to fund that belief. And so this begins the process of steadily, progressively, assuredly voting out the people who represent that way on every side of the aisle, little by little. This will be a country that works for the majority of working class people. It will be a country where your religion doesn't get put before the people. It will be a country where other foreign entities do not come before people. That's the place that we're going. That's the direction that we're going. No thanks, Susie Law. I have no desire to run for office, much less president. You want to say something, Jeff?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out too that people need to understand that being against the way that the nation state of Israel is conducting its affairs right now is not the same as being anti-Semitic.
Correct.
Because that gets thrown around a lot, and it's used as a fear tactic or a guilt tactic to make people toe the line, essentially.
Yep.
I'll share a personal thing. Like, what radicalized me was when I was 10 years old, walking up to my aunt at Thanksgiving and asking her what the tattoos on her arm were, because she had been in an internment camp in Nazi Germany.
Mm-hmm.
So I am very pro-Judaism. However, I'm very anti-Zionism. because I don't agree with what the nation state of Israel is doing on a humanitarian level, if nothing else. However, no problem with the Jewish faith and the Jewish people. I have a problem with their government and their secular policy and what they're doing. And they are two distinct things. And you can't let someone steer the narrative by making these false claims that being against the actions of a secular nation state is the same as being against someone's faith or someone's ethnic heritage. Because frankly, all the indigenous people of the Levant region are Semite people.
Correct.
So if you're being anti-Semitic, that means you're also against indigenous Palestinians, you're against indigenous Syrians, you're against indigenous Lebanese. All those tribal people in that area are all Semitic people. So it's a null argument, and it's just used to strike guilt and fear in people. And it's a disingenuous conversation.
Yeah, and let me correct a couple of things. Jewish people are not Christians. Jews do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. They are not the same thing. So it's important for the people I see conversation in the chat. That's not accurate. Tammy, I also need to correct your misinformation. We have not merged our militaries together. The Senate vote on the measure that you're referencing, NDAA Section 219, the Senate has not voted on that measure. So please stop saying that we have merged our militaries, because we have not. And everyone should be contacting their senators to ensure that we do not do such a dumbass thing. So I just want to clear up both of those things, because they are not accurate. Okay, folks?
That is still currently and should be preventable.
Yes.
That is a bad move on all sorts of different levels for us to do that. And it's frankly anti-constitutional. It's against our own laws.
100%.
But, that's a whole separate
And the only other thing that I will mention to folks, if you want to understand why Zionism, for me, another demonstration that Zionism has no moral compass, if you will. So I would like for you to look up the 1933 Havara Agreement. That is when the Zionist Federation met with the Schmatzi Germany individuals to facilitate what's known as the Havara, the 1933 Havara Transfer Agreement. And that was so the European Jews that were being transferred from Europe to what became the state of Israel could transfer some of their wealth. They facilitated that $1,000 amount transfer, Havara, H-A-V-A-A-R-A, Havara Agreement. And so there's two A's, Lauren. I thought it was two A's, not two R's. Am I right? It's H-A-A-V-R-A-A. So H-A-A-V-A-R-A Agreement of 1933. And so that's what it is. So I want you to understand they literally struck a deal. They literally struck a deal with the Schmatzis. So thank you, Sacred Space. That. I learned about that. Do you know who I learned about that from? I learned about that from a Lebanese journalist who's on the front lines in Lebanon right now. That's who I learned about it from.
So I'm going to have to get going.
I got you.
But I just want to, I remember being in your live and you telling a story about a Palestinian woman that had to give birth, that was beheaded. I don't. Did you see?
That wouldn't be me.
No, maybe it was another live. But I just don't know. Like, getting back to Abdul, he had been asked a question about do you believe that Jewish people have a right to exist? And he says, well, I can flip that and say, do the Palestinian people have a right to exist?
So let me just tell y'all that is part of Hasbara. Okay. So that this, do you condemn Hamas? Does Israel have the right to exist? Let me just answer that question. Does Israel have the right to exist in Gaza and the West Bank? The answer is no, because you're illegally occupying it. When you say, does Israel have the right to defend itself? Not in Gaza, because you're illegally in Gaza. You're illegally in the West Bank. The answer is no. That's the Hasbara talking points. And so for me, when people say, does Israel have the right to exist? My point is, it does exist. Why are we talking about something that it does exist? Right? This is not a debate about should Israel exist or not, right? That's not it. And anybody that says that to you is full of shit and trying to get you with a gotcha moment, right? When people say, well, do you condemn Hamas? I'm going to be clear about this. Hear me when I say these words. Feel free to clip this shit if y'all want to. Listen to me. I do not celebrate the death of anyone. I don't celebrate it. I'm not happy about it. I think it's all horrific. And at the same time, I understand and respect resistance.
Yes, absolutely.
That's it. So there's no other way for me to say that.
It's like how you explained, them, you have a house and you're being told, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I don't, and I hear people all the time in other lives saying, well, Palestine never existed. It's in the Bible.
Even if it's not in the Bible, even if it's not in the Bible, Palestine is in historical documents that go back thousands of years.
There's all these agreements that, our own President Carter said Palestine, and they talk about Palestine.
Yeah.
So I don't get where they say, oh, Palestine never existed. Yeah, they do. They do, they will. Sorry. I don't know what else to tell you.
It's just like, for me, I don't even like when people say those things, those typically aren't people that are really like wanting to have a real conversation. It's just a rage baiting talking point. They want to say that to get you angry, to get you to say whatever. And I'm just going to say this. So, like, when you go back and you look, the evolution of what we now know today as the word Palestine, Philistine, it goes back literally like 4,000, 5,000. Like, you can actually trace it back. So it is what it is. And so I don't argue with people. I'm not arguing with aggressive ignorance. I'm just not doing it, folks. I'm just not. But
thank you for having me up.
Yeah.
And you are always my go-to. You were my go-to on election night. I will always bring that up because she was my go-to.
Oh.
She kept me from losing my mind and sitting in a corner and drooling.
That was a night. That's for sure. That was a night.
And you know what Danny told me? And I'm going to tell this to the two other night. Well, what are we going to do now? We're going to get up and we're going to do the work.
That's it.
And that's exactly what she said. And is why those little words get me through the day. What would Danny do? Get up and do some work.
That's it. That's for me. That's all that's left. So, but I appreciate you making magic. Appreciate you.
Have a great night, Danny.
You too. All right. So listen, folks. Here's what I've got to do. It is 6:00. I have got to feed kiddos and get them ready, and all of that, and eat myself. Jeff, I'm extreme. So listen, I don't even remember. I think you said you found me because you heard the conversation that I had with Sherry, and I don't know. All I can say is I'm incredibly grateful that you found your way here into this space. Yeah, and the contributions that you make in this space are great and appreciated.
Yeah, I found your Facebook repost of the short clip reel of Sherry, and that actually brought me to TikTok. just to find the live renditions and the full thing, because I refused to download the app until then, and I just couldn't pass it up, so I had to. So yeah, it was through your conversation with Cheryl. So that was awesome. And like I said on one of my previous times up here, it helped me with talking with my own parents.
Appreciate that.
So that was phenomenal value added to that. One thing I would like to bring up before you bounce, because I know you got to go. We are currently in a similar situation right now globally, just so that everyone's aware, as to what we were in the area between 1918 and 1935. So pre-World War, like World War I to World War II, that transitional period, where the secular powers that be, talking about like the government of the UK, France, Russia, Italy, the world superpowers, and then the US coming into that, the Zionist group was piggybacking Christian evangelicalism to tie those two religious groups together. Even though Zionism isn't a religious group, they were using the Judaic faith to tie them together. And they were getting the Christian evangelicals to go to bat to promote the Zionist agenda. And we're seeing that happening again in real time.
Yeah, 100%.
Because that's what's happening with the United States evangelical movement, is we're doing that again.
Yep, 100%. Glowworm, I didn't mean to bring you up. I meant to at you. But check your spam or your promotion folders, or search your inbox. Did you search for Danny?
No, I'll go back, but I did check the spam, but I'll do it again.
So let me ask you a question. So if you can, hey mods, can one of my mods grab Glowworm's email address? That way I can double check it, because it's automated. And give me 1 second. So if you could just tell me real quick, how does your first name appear in your emails? Just your first name.
Gloria.
Gloria. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I need to see. I'm not sure if you're not somebody from the government email signing up for this shit. What? Sorry, it caught me off guard. I'm looking at somebody's email address.
I can imagine. Better you than me.
Somebody's state government used a state government email address to register for Project for the People, which is fucking crazy work to me.
Hey, maybe someone in government will have some facts.
I'm like, now I'm Googling her. Oh my God. This is a real big city in a swing state, and she's in the government.
Yeah.
It's a swing state. Anyway, and it's a big Democratic city. Anyway. Okay, so I don't see, let me just look real quick. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so in the last, we need to help you, because Gloria, I don't have, so in the last, for today, I have Michelle, Stacy, Heather, Zachary, Deborah, and Deborah did it twice. I'm not sure why, with two different email addresses having registered, but those are the only people that have successfully registered. So when are you submitting your information? What's happening?
I did the whole thing with the information. At the bottom it said submit. I will receive an email with different emails, blah, blah, blah. I've been waiting.
Okay,
this is the second time for me. Maybe I can use a different email address. You think that'll help?
No, because it would come in automatically. So one of my mods, can somebody reach out to Glowworm and just get her email address? And Stacy got her email. Okay, great. So y'all know, here's the problem is I'm not even showing that she has submitted anything. So that's the problem. So something is happening where it's not, she joined before today. She said she did it 20 minutes ago.
Actually, it was before that though.
What was your last name? What's your last name?
Strong, STR.
Girl, you are in here. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. You are in here. Hold on. I got you. Yeah, I have you. You did it on July the 21st.
Okay,
And
that was my first year.
And when I look, the email was sent at 7:07 p.m. on July 30th.
Hey, Glowworm, I'm running into this issue, so maybe you are too. And I want to know what your info is, but did you happen to use a work email to sign up, perhaps?
Mm-mm.
I haven't worked in 15
Okay, because I know that mine has auto filters and like quarantining. So if it's coming from outside of the company, it won't let it go through until you actually take a look at it. So I didn't know if that might be happening.
Yeah, Mel Gray, in Discord. Mel Gray in Discord. Do I see what, y'all? I see her, and I see the email that was sent, and yeah, it was sent at 7:07. I'll double check and just make sure. So okay, I will check the
Baby, don't worry about it.
no, I just want to make sure that you get it, and because this is active, where are my details? And no expiration date. And let me just look really quickly at automation. Okay, here's the sends. So the email, let me see if it's going to show me who all it sent it to. It did. Oh, I love this. Thank you. Yep, it sent you on July 21st at 3:03 p.m. You got the welcome email, and so it says, "Welcome to Project for the People."
I'll go back and double check.
So if you just search for Danny, because that's who it's from, and it'll say it's from Danny.
Thank you, Mel.
You are very welcome. Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. Love y'all.
All right. Love you, mean it. All right, folks. So listen, I'm out of here. I got to go. Y'all know what time it is. It's grandbaby time for me. I appreciate you guys for hanging in with me on this. Yeah, Kat, appreciate you. So I appreciate all of you all very much. I will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, maybe before 10 a.m., maybe not. If I'm not live before 10 a.m., it'll be at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. Right now, I literally got to go like decorate water bottles and get shit ready for school and cook dinner. And I'm making a homemade vegetable soup tonight, which I'm excited about. If y'all don't know, listen, my homemade veggie soup is chef's kiss. So, Jeff, appreciate you greatly, my friend. So glad you found your way over here in these parts. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Cool.
See you guys tomorrow.
All right. Love you, minute. Bye, guys.